Recording in progress. Good morning, colleagues. I'm just testing the sound. Can you hear us? Morning, Jolene. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Zuko. I can hear you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm just doing a check, visual check, sound check, test sound 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Good morning, comrade base.
Morning, my comrade. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm well, comrade base. I'm trying.
I'm tired.
I'm trying.
Trying. No, that's what we all got to do. We got to try. But I see that we're starting a little bit too early. We should actually start at 9:30 for these meetings.
Why would you like to sleep or what? Your beauty sleep or what?
No. I took the bus to come to Parliament today, and we only arrived now. We left at 7:15 because of the traffic.
Colleagues, good morning. It's precisely 9 o'clock. Time for our meeting to start. Can I ask that we flight the agenda? Whilst they are flighting the agenda, good morning to all and welcome to this meeting. It is a long meeting, not due to our own mistakes, but merely because Parliament's program did not allow us to have a meeting last week due to all our members, excluding myself and Honourable Moore, that were not on oversight. So therefore, we really apologize for having this long meeting. We will have to manage it very carefully to save some time. And where there is a problem, we will rather than call back that entity to the committee to resolve issues that we can't resolve today. May I then ask that we observe a moment of a silent prayer or meditation? Thank you. Apologies. I have received the apology of the minister. The minister has been booked off. And then we also have the apology of Deputy Minister Mthlobo. Any other apologies, Nosipo?
No, Chairperson, that's all.
Right. Can I just find out who is leading the presentation on behalf of the department? Today, I believe there is the Minister of Kokta has been assigned to act on behalf of the Minister. Is that the case?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, honorable members. This is Minister Smelane, Minister of Human Settlements. I retired from Kokta just like you, former councillor.
My apology, Minister. Would you like to say something before we start? I believe you will then leave just after you've opened.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Honorable Bason,
sorry, Chair, I have my hand up now. I don't know if you are seeing the hands.
Yeah, Honourable Reddy, can we allow the Minister quickly just to open, then I will take you.
Oh, thank you. All right, fine. Thank you.
With your permission, Honorable Chair, can I continue?
You're welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Good morning once more. I'm joined by the team-led DM Sethulo had also made an undertaking that in his busy schedule he will try to join, but the Director General and the team at the technical level, they're here. The department, as well as the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority and the Water Research Commission, will be briefing the portfolio on their performance for the year under review, Honorable Chair, for the first session of the meeting of the Portfolio Committee. And later this evening, we do believe that the catchment management agencies, including Inkomati, Usutu, Bread Olifants, Pongolo Mzimkulu, Limpopo Olifants, Val Orange and Umzimvubu Tsekama catchment management agencies will also be briefing the committee on their annual reports for the financial year 2024-2025. One of the key highlights of this financial year was the water and sanitation in Ndaba, which honorable members were part of, and it was hosted on the 27-28 March 2025. It was attended by a very wide host of delegates coming from national government, national entities, provincial government, municipalities, water service authorities, SALGA, private sector, academia, but also experts from the water and sanitation fields. It unanimously agreed on the set of practical resolutions related to delivery and improvement of implementation models. This includes increasing investment through financing options, ensuring the financial viability of the sector, but also enhancing and strengthening technical and operational capacity and efficiencies. Building strong partnerships through water-sensitive and resilient communities, and fighting criminality and corruption in the water and the sanitation sector. Another key milestone, Honorable Chair, was the finalization of the Department of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Bill, which was approved by Cabinet and was adopted by Parliament in May 2024. The bill was proclaimed as an act.
Order, Chairperson, order.
Honorable Reddy, this is really not necessary now.
This is an order, Chair. Chair, I'm looking at the agenda. This is a Minister of Human Settlements. It's not on the agenda. The Minister of Human Settlements is going to come and address us. Maybe you could just give us some context in which this minister is addressing us. That's one.
Honorable Minister, I have...
the norm that the Minister and Deputy Minister of Water is not present at these meetings. I accept she's unwell, but that cannot be the norm.
Honorable Reddy, I have indicated that the minister is sick and that the minister has requested the Minister of Human Settlement to stand in for her just for the opening remarks. So can we respect that, please? There's nothing wrong with a minister appointing another minister to act on her behalf, as the minister has been sick, and by regulation, the minister will act now as the minister in the presidency, in the cabinet for water and sanitation. So allow the minister to please continue, and the deputy minister will then take over when the questioning will take place, and that was indicated by this minister. Honorable Ditebe, is there...
Sorry, Chair, this is not procedural at all. We have deputy ministers. The minister could have appointed the deputy minister. She's done it before. So what is this unusual arrangement?
If you've got a problem, Honorable Reddy, if we start this way, we're not going to conclude today. If you've got any problem with the minister appointing another minister, write to the minister and ask the minister. I respect the minister where she has appointed another minister, and we will now continue with this going forward. Honorable Ditebe, are you still want to speak on this matter? Because we are now infringing on the time of the minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and greetings to you, the minister, and everyone on the platform. I think, Chair, you have addressed it. This is really unnecessary. It's wasting our time, and it's very frivolous. I suggest that you carry on the way you have with the minister addressing us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ditebe. Minister, my apology for this interruption. You may continue.
Understandable, Chair, but I would like to place it on record as well that acting ministers are appointed by the President if the minister is absent for whatever reason. And Minister Majodina has been absent due to ill health. I'm acting till the end of the month upon her return with a signed presidential authority to come and carry the responsibility of DWS amongst others, including the portfolio. So I think it will be helpful.
Thank you
Chair,
very
I was
much.
just saying another finalization of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Bill was approved by Cabinet, subsequently dealt with by Parliament, and proclaimed as an act by the President in February 2025 this year. And work is underway to prepare the amalgamation, therefore, of the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. In short, we call it TCTA, the Department Infrastructure Branch, and the water trading entities into a new agency, including the transfers of assets, existing loans, and staff. Good progress is being made in this regard in terms of preparatory work, and we aim to establish the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency fully to be established by April 2026. In the year under review, the department continued to provide financial planning and technical support to municipalities to address backlogs in municipal water and sanitation infrastructure. Our RBIG, which is the Regional Park Infrastructure Grant, and our WISIC, the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, provides financial assistance to municipalities. These grants contribute towards the acceleration and the delivery of clean water and sanitation to communities without access to water and sanitation services. Grants also contribute to the refurbishment and the upgrade of the existing infrastructure to improve service delivery. The department is assisting Water Services Authority with planning activities for water and sanitation. This is to ensure the identification of the most viable and sustainable options to address the identified needs based on the life cycle, costing and environment, practicality, security, and climate change considerations. Honorable Chair, despite this support, DWS is concerned about the continued decline of the ability of many municipalities to provide water and sanitation services, including inadequate budgeting and spending on maintenance, inefficient rehabilitation, and water expansion supply infrastructure to meet the demand, increasing water losses and other contributors to non-revenue water in most municipalities. Given the significant challenges in many of the municipalities that are charged with the responsibility to deliver water to communities, one of the priorities the department has undertaken is to turn around the decline and improve municipal water services. This will be done primarily through the amendment of the Water Service Act, which has already been tabled to Parliament, and the development of the operating license for water service providers. The department has completed the design of the operating license systems with the assistance of the Water Research Commission and will start the implementation system once the bill has been passed by Parliament. I will now hand over, Chair, to the chairperson, or at the time you deem fit, to expand on the performance of the department for the period under review. Let me once more, Chair, thank you and the honorable members for affording us an opportunity. We would have loved to be part of the discussion for the entire day. But as you know, it coincides with our MTEF discussion of cabinet, which has already commenced. And I will request, as we had indicated, early departure from my side, but a capable team will be able to assist the portfolio committee in everything that it needs to discuss. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Minister, and you're more than welcome then to leave the meeting. Have a wonderful day. May I now ask the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation if you would like to have a short view. What we will do is we will deal with point 1 with the Department, Water Research Commission, as well as Transcalidon, and then ask questions. Deputy Minister, would you have a short word before you proceed with the presentations?
Honorable Chairperson, good morning to yourself and good morning to the honorable members. With the remarks of the Acting Minister, I believe that it will only be prudent for us to proceed with the presentations that outlined in the agenda led by DG in this respect. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and colleagues online. Our presentation follows the normal formats that we use to present on the annual report. I'm going to start by giving an executive summary, and then I'm going to be followed by Babawa Manyaka, who is going to talk about the performance information, and then she's going to be followed by the CFO, Frans Moachi, who's going to take us through the annual financial statements. To start with the executive summary, just in summary, in terms of the audit results for the department, for the first time in a long time, on the main account of the department, we obtained a clean audit with no findings for our annual report, which is good progress. but unfortunately for the water trading entity, we regressed from a unqualified audit to a qualified audit report. This qualification relates to the interpretation of the accounting requirements related to how DWS accounts for transfers made to the TCTA, which in turn transfers the funds to the LHDA for the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. This qualification has been some time coming. It's been an issue which has been raised previously in previous years by the Auditor-General, and it's complicated because Lesotho is a separate country, a sovereign country, on a different financial year and within a different accounting system to South Africa, which complicates us being able to provide the information timelessly as expected by the Auditor-General here in South Africa. Specifically, the qualification relates to how DWS disclosed the TCTA's liabilities. That is, the financial commitments related to the loans raised by the TCTA to fund the project. We have indicated in writing to the Auditor-General as the department, I've written to the Auditor-General saying that we have a different view on the qualification, and they've responded to say that they maintain their view, but we are going to be having ongoing engagements between ourselves and the Auditor-General regarding the accounting treatment of these TCTA and LHDA transactions. Next slide, please. In terms of our functions related to water services, in terms of the Water Services Act, again, in the last financial year, we fully spent our BIG and WISIG grants through which are allocated to municipalities for water services related projects. As the members of the Portfolio Committee know, we also made progress during last financial year towards addressing the debts owed to the water boards by water services authorities. There's still a long way to go, but there was some progress, especially with the commencement by National Treasury of the withholding of equitable share allocations to the worst non-paying municipalities as a last resort. We also appointed a service provider after an open procurement process to carry out blue, green, and no-drop assessments of water services authorities' drinking water and wastewater systems and their non-revenue water and water losses. Those assessments are underway as we speak, and the reports will start being issued at the end of this year, and more reports will be issued next year as well. And we continue to work through our Water Partnerships Office, which we've established in partnership with the DBSA and SALGA to support municipalities to put in place partnerships with the private sector to mobilize private sector capital and skills to assist with municipal water services. For example, Water Partnerships Office assisted eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality to issue a request for proposals for PPP for wastewater treatment and water reuse, and a range of other projects in many other municipalities are currently in preparation. With regard to our other function in terms of the National Water Act, water resource management, we achieved our objectives of establishing the remaining catchment management agency boards, and they all started to operate. However, due to delays that occurred with the process of transferring staff to the CMAs, we had to have transitional arrangements, which in turn had an impact on the audit results of some of the CMAs, where during the transition, the department had to continue providing some of the functions on behalf of the CMAs. We also continued with the preparatory work as indicated by the acting minister for the establishment of the NWIA, and we advertised for the board members. We continue to work with National Treasury and the Operation Vulindlela team in the presidency on the business case for the independent economic regulator. One major milestone was the gazetting of the raw water pricing strategy, which puts the department and the whole water sector on a more sustainable path in terms of financial sustainability. we submitted the National Water Amendment Bill to Cabinet during the financial year, and since then it has been tabled to Parliament. We made progress with a number of our national water resource infrastructure projects. For example, we accelerated the work on Clan William Dam, both to raise the dam wall and to stabilize the dam. We made good progress with raising the wall at Tanin Dam. We completed the construction of houses for people who were displaced by the raising of the Hazelmere Dam. We completed the rehabilitation of Rietsbreuk Dam to ensure its safety and structural integrity. That is a summary of some of the highlights in terms of what we achieved during the last financial year. And I'd now like to hand over to Babawa to take us in more detail through the non-financial performance. Babawa.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues and Portfolio Committee members. The slide just indicates the usual comparison of financial and non-financial performance of the department for the period under review. This is just an indication that there's a slight regression in the performance side of 12%, and a slight improvement in the financial expenditure compared to the previous financial years. If you go to the next slide, this is just an indication of the performance per program, as the department has 3 programs. You'll see that there is a regression all around, but a specific one has been felt within the water services space, and we will explain those in the subsequent slides. Then if you go to the next slide on preferential procurement, you'll see that the performance was 25% from that target of 30% from SMMEs, and as well as 18% and 10% respectively from exempted micro enterprises and qualifying small enterprises. And both only the exempted micro enterprises target was met, and the qualifying small enterprises target was not met for the annual period under review. Then we'll go to the performance for designated groups. You'll see that in the designated groups, the expenditure for the year, we had a procurement of 31% from Black-owned enterprise companies, and that amounts to over 3.7 billion from our annual procurement expenditure of 12 billion. Then women companies, it's 17%, which amounts to over 2 billion, and youth companies, it's 7%. Which is amounting to 812 million, and persons with disabilities is 1%, amounting to 74 million. Then we are going to go into specific details per program. This is just to highlight the performance per sub-program in administration, with provincial and international coordination achieving 100% of what they had planned. If you go to the subsequent slide, the subsequent slide indicates high-level achievements per sub-program, what each program did over the period. If you'll allow me, Chairperson, I would not want to read all of these sub-program achievements. And then if you go to the next slide, where we are actually explaining our areas of partial and non-achievement, we just did not meet our risk management plan. We have a draft combined assurance plan. We still had not had high vacancy rate of engineers and scientists posts by the end of the financial year, and also the training interventions. We met only 71% of what we had planned for the year. Then if you go to the next slide, we are explaining that our safety and security assessments, we did not meet them by 134 And then we are explaining, therefore, within the financial space, why we did not meet our qualifying small enterprises. And also we were really under by our 75%, 16% under for our financial and recovery turnaround plan. And this is really, the CFO will probably talk to it, about our water use debt that is increasing steadily. The next slide talks to also the debtors days by the end of the financial year had actually increased, and it is mainly the historical debt that remains unpaid. And here we are explaining that we have deferred a lot of the activities that we had not met in the financial year to this current financial year. Also, in terms of vacancy rates, we are explaining that as the posts, as financial resources become available, we will definitely fill those posts, and we strive to maintain our vacancy rate to below 10% as the norm requires. Also, several of those activities in terms of training interventions, we have also deferred them to the 25-26 financial year. Then if you go to the second program, program 2 on water resources management, 2 of those sub-programs achieved 100% of what they had planned. Water resources is information obtained 83%, and others are within the 50% thread mark. If you go to the subsequent slides, there are 2 of those where we are explaining the achievements per financial year, what we had obtained for each of these programs. That's the first one and the second one. If you go to the next slide, Zuko, it's also an explanation of the main achievements. And then the third, if you go to the next slide, then we are explaining our areas of partial achievements. We are indicating that the area that we did not achieve is on the gauging weir. In terms of, we just had to review the scope, and there was no need for doing the full environmental authorization. If you go to the next one, we are explaining that in terms of those projects in preparation for implementation phase, we're explaining there are several delays in terms of ensuring that they are implementation ready as planned. The procurement of technical expertise here are all those reasons that are actually mainly those reasons that delayed in ensuring that these projects are implementation ready. Then you go to the next slide. In terms of those that are under construction, they are all not all are under construction, but in terms of Clan William, we're explaining that dam spills, the progress in terms of what we had planned, in terms of the percentages, is actually delayed. And also Mzimvubu water projects, the procurement of a professional service provider also resulted in the project not being at the stage that we had planned to by the end of the financial year. Also, in Tzaneen Dam, material delivery is one of those that are actually delayed in terms of procurement processes. And then the last one, it was affected by commercial funding, which is our O&M. Maintenance, we had planned to achieve maintenance as planned, and then clarity in terms of term contractors, capacity challenges, delayed in our achievement of our projects. And then you see that in terms of dam safety rehabilitation projects, we completed one project as a recovery from the previous financial year, and we are explaining the delays in terms of the projects that we had planned for the financial year. If you go to the next slide, the project We had achievements by conveyance systems. We delayed delivery of material, affected our ability to achieve the performance in that space. And also in terms of the National Water Amendment Bill, we had planned that it would have been tabled in Parliament in the previous financial year, but only the Oxley certification was obtained before the end of the financial year. In terms of river systems monitored for resource-directed measures, we could not monitor 3 of those. Authorization of our process licensing was at 68% by the end of the financial year, and then we could not conduct oversight assessments for the CMA's work because we are still assisting them in actually doing the compliance monitoring. As we present in the afternoon when the CMAs present, the next slide talks to the green drop the DG actually mentioned in terms of the highlights. There's been subsequent progress after what we had planned by the end of the financial year in terms of the establishment of the economic regulator. There is still a policy direction that is just being obtained to ensure that we are aligned with the policy requirements of that regulation performance. Then the next slide then talks to the infrastructure agency. We had planned that by the end of the financial year, the governing board would have been appointed, and then the technical amendments that the minister mentioned that were submitted to Parliament are the ones that actually delayed the process strategies. For underperformance, we've highlighted them for the members to go through, but we've deferred a lot of the activities to the 25-26 financial year. Then if you go to the next slide, also explains the strategies for underperformance, which also in summary deferring to the current financial year, which is the 25-26. And then also the next slide, which talks to the water services one. It's 2 of the sub-programs that achieved 100% of their performance. And then if you go to the next slide, we have actually highlighted the performance of the achievements in terms of projects per grants for water services and infrastructure grant and regional bulk infrastructure projects. If you go to the next slide therefore disaggregates the performance of these projects per province. You'll see that there's an acceleration of certain projects that were planned for construction, but the completion rate was very low for the regional bulk infrastructure. For the water services infrastructure grant, also acceleration of projects and recoveries from the previous financial year, also with a lower completion rate in terms of budget for facility infrastructure projects. Also, there were certain projects that were actually started and converted to be budget for facility infrastructure projects, and also the completion of one project, which was a recovery from the previous financial year. Intervention projects underway that we are supporting in this municipal space are now currently 8. You see the provinces that we are supporting. The subsequent slides are just explaining the delays that we experience in terms of the no drop and also the implementation readiness studies. The next slide explains the performance in terms of the regional bulk, and this we have disaggregated them per size of the projects, those that are beyond the billion rands, and the job opportunities that we had planned to have obtained or created when we had these projects under construction. That was also affected by the delay in the construction of these projects. The next one talks to the water services infrastructure grant. We also indicating generic problems that are explained in the municipal space. Summarize those ones, and also in terms of the bucket eradication projects, connecting them into waterborne sanitation. None of those bucket sanitation systems were done. Then the next slide explains the Water Services Amendment Bill, a similar situation as the National Water Amendment Bill is the same situation that we have. Then you go to the subsequent slide. Then it is explaining the strategies for underperformance. You'll see that several of those activities have been deferred to the 25-26 financial year, and then also the completion and construction of some of those projects is also deferred to the 25-26 financial year. That is also the last part, and then I will hand over to the CFO.
Before the CFO comes in, Chairperson, if I can just add that although we got a clean audit, the Auditor-General did indicate to us some issues with regard to the way that we're setting our performance indicators and targets, and the way that we are developing our indicator descriptions. As you know, Chairperson, it's a very scientific way that you have to develop these performance indicators and targets and indicator descriptions. They're very precisely audited, and we are required to have them meet the SMART principles, which means that they must be measurable and achievable. We've been tending to set ambitious targets rather than achievable targets, and for that reason, it looks like our performance is relatively low versus our 100% expenditure. So we made a commitment to the Auditor-General that we are going to improve our performance indicators and our indicator descriptions, and we've already started a process of doing that for our next APP, so that you will see in our annual reports next year the audited results of our performance should better correlate to our expenditure, because we will be having more achievable targets as opposed to ambitious targets, and better defined targets and indicators. Frans?
Thank you very much, DG.
5 minutes to complete, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll be brief. I'll start on slide number 42. This slide, Chairperson, provides the spending of the department. Out of the 23.8 billion, we've spent 23,815, which translates to 99.9% of the budget spending. And the next slide summarizes the water trading entity, which is operating on a different accounting system. We have recorded 74% spending. As also indicated by the DG, there are also other accounting requirements for this account. We do also make advances to TCTA, which are only realized to expenditure once we have finalized the project execution. Then this is just a summary, Chairperson, of the financial overview. On the main account, we closed with a bank overdraft, which we reported before that it relates to the prior year's unauthorized expenditure, which is still under consideration by Parliament. And these other accounts here are just a summary of what we have included in the financial statements. And in respect of the infrastructure programs, this is just an analysis indicating how much we have spent on the conditional grants, transfers to all the water boards that we have listed there, as well as the water trading entity for both capital projects, acid mine drainage, as well as the support. We have transferred all the allocations to the municipalities. We continue to monitor all those transfers in line with the Division of Revenue Act, and we work very close with the provincial offices. So this reflects both the RBIC as well as the WISIC. And then on the indirect allocations, we have spent 100% for both the RBIC and the WISIC. And this slide here, slide number 48, illustrates the breakdown per province. We also attached breakdown per municipality as an annexure to this presentation. Chairperson, there was a reference to the receivables from exchange transactions, the debt that is owed to the water trading entity. We have a total of 26 billion when we close the financial year, with 23 billion in respect of the water resource infrastructure, and the 2 billion relates to water resource management. This is part of the work that we are doing for the transfer of the function to the CMAs. So once we are done with all the reconciliations and the transfers from the department to the CMAs, will only be left in this water trading entity with the infrastructure debt. The water resource management would have been transferred to the CMAs. We'll talk to that also later in the evening. There are measures that we have put in place, Chairperson, credit control and all those debt collectors that we are using from the National Treasury transversal contract. We have other measures as well as listed there. And then in terms of the audit outcomes, DG did mention the main accounts and unqualified audit opinion and then the WTE. So I'll move swiftly to the issue that DG referred to. We have Chairperson written to the Auditor-General. We work very close with them on the 3rd of September. We received a response on the 16th last week, which we are working on. We have engaged again yesterday with the Auditor-General that we will be meeting with them as well as the Office of the Accountant General to resolve this the disagreement on the accounting treatment, which is necessary because we are unable now to make those necessary adjustments. But we are hopeful, as DG has indicated, to resolve this during the interim audit now, together with the Auditor-General and the Office of the Accountant General. And then there were issues, Chairperson, around material losses. I spoke to the collection strategies that we are having. I'm just mindful of time, so I will quickly move to the financial recovery plan. This is the summary of all those improper expenditures. I spoke to unauthorized expenditure, fruitless expenditure also. We still have some of the cases on the water trading entities construction unit, which relates mainly to fees costs that we are unable to recover. And then we also have irregular expenditure. So the next slide, Chairperson, reflects in them the measures that we have put in place to deal with the water trading construction units, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have developed that construction efficiency enhancement strategy, and we do have progress reports on those. The remaining slides, Chairperson, reflects the progress on each incident of irregular expenditure. Where are we with the investigations, court cases? I won't go into detail. They are there on the slide. And it continues for both accounts. And this is just an indication of the progress we are making in terms of eliminating the incidents of irregular expenditure. This is a trend analysis over the years, which reflects our intent to eliminate this Chairperson. So I will stop here with the remedial actions that we are continually putting in place to avoid recurrence of this prior year's incidents of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The rest of the information are the details as indicated per municipality for each of the grants that we have transferred to the municipalities. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can I now ask the Water Research Commission to make their presentation? And I really ask that you stay within 20 minutes.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and honorable members. It's Retabile Melamu here. I'm the Chairperson of the Water Research Commission, Chair. I am joined on the call by the CEO of the Water Research Commission and the acting CFO. Chair, the CE will take us through the non-financial report and the acting CFO will take us through the financial report. I think what we emphasized on, Chair, is to give honorable members some tangible examples of how we have advanced our mission to be an innovation-driven water sector. Without wasting any time, Chair, the CE will have the details alongside the acting CFO. Over to you, CE. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. Chair, we're not able to share. I'm hoping that your administrators on the side can be able to share for us. Thank you very much, Chairperson, members. Just to keep in the time, we have our outline. Next slide, please. Also just indicating our strategic intent, which members have gone through. Can we go to the next slide? We also have indicated our legislative frameworks which guide the mission and vision as well as the mandate of the Water Research Commission in this slide. Can we have the next slide? Our intended strategic focus is really to focus on knowledge generation, dissemination, how we prioritize funding of water and sanitation RDI, as well as development and adaptation of resilient water RDI for national water security. We also have a national, regional, continental, and global impact. Our other focus is on skills development and capacity building, human capital development. We have a stakeholder-centric research agenda. We are covering the wide footprint through centers of excellence of our country, and we are also focused on innovation as well as in technological work. The structure really just shows the different functions of the Water Research Commission, which we will report on performance later. Next slide, please. We have also presented here the employment stats, which show basically how we have progressed over the years. And we've also indicated the number of vacancies that are there within the organization, mainly as a result of some of the suspended or colleagues that are on special leave based on some of the litigation issues that we're having within the organization. Next slide, please. In terms of our overall performance, we did receive an unqualified audit opinion with some findings, I think, just to add on what the DG also relayed around the framing of the indicators. And also out of the 13 targets that we had planned, we achieved 12, with only one that we were not able to achieve in the financial year. Next slide, please. In terms of indicating our, on the slide, our performance, we can indicate from the corporate services side that we have an overperformed on the 3 critical areas, which include percentage of employee trainings, as well as our ICT strategy implementation, as well as the transformation plan. But also it's just to put context to say, because these were new indicators, then our planned targets have now given us a baseline from which then we'll be able to progress going forward in the next financial years. Next slide, please. In terms of our financial performance, we have set a target for ourselves, particularly to guard against the HR costs, and the target we've set was 35%. We have achieved 25%, which may be seen as an overachievement. However, it is linked to the number of vacancies that have been indicated, but also the fact that the bonuses were not paid over the last 3 financial years. The pay progression and other payments accrued to the CE also have not been paid over the last 3 financial years. And so these are also contributing towards the accrued financial overperformance on the HR space. Can I have the next slide, please? In terms of our finances, to have a financially sustainable organizations, we have targeted strategic and transformational procurement. And in the year under review, our non-research related procurement expenditure indicated a 68% directed towards Black-owned businesses, while 69% of those were towards women-owned businesses. Can I have the next slide, please? In terms of our knowledge and impact performance, here we are looking at our stakeholder management, knowledge dissemination, communication and promotions, as well as human capacity development. I believe of also on those targets, which we had new indicators and we were creating a baseline, we have reflected an overperformance on some of those, which then creates the new baseline for us going forward. Next slide, please. In terms of research, development, and innovation, which is our technical core, we have two outcomes: to have an innovation-driven sector and also to create adaptation and resilience to climate change within the RDI space. And our focus is on implementing robust mechanisms to support continuous RDI advancements, delivering targeted innovations that responds to sector-specific needs, priorities, as well as to address emerging risks, as well as to develop novel and adapted technologies that address critical water challenges across multiple sectors. Next slide, please. In terms of the development of RDI solutions and innovations, just to give a few examples, we have got various climate-resistant sanitation technologies, which we were able to demonstrate in different areas. We have the innovative bag system, which is utilized for rural communities, which is a simple hydroponic system for vertically growing vegetables in a propylene bag filled with sawdust. And this is for people that do not have big land or big garden areas to be able to get good nutrition. We've also have a comprehensive diagnostic framework, which we have used for assessing schistosomiasis prevalence. And this is how we are able to then use molecular diagnostic to to detect the disease. And it is interlinked with the consumption of polluted water. We have looked at also concrete permeable reactive barrier systems, which is utilized in the treatment of mine water. We have a rapid sensor that can be used for early detection of potentially toxic elements, including the forever chemicals, the PFAS, as well as microplastics. And we have in the year under review also opened or launched the Arid Region Water Research Center in collaboration with the Solplaatje University in the Northern Cape. Next slide, please. We have just here shown some of the hydroponic system, which is actually an innovative system, and it has a patented design. So while we may see it as these are many in the market, through the research of the Water Research Commission, we have enabled a South African young person to patent this design, which optimizes water and power usage, as well as promoting sustainable agricultural practice. Next slide, please. This is also a very rare picture that one would see where small-scale farmers proudly standing in front of their vibrant fields. And this is from utilizing the multiple use water use program at the Water Research Commission. This is in Guyana, where also the exacerbated climate change really and the limited availability of water has limited farming on both the commercial as well as a small scale. And this is the work that we have been able to demonstrate through citizen science and interactive agricultural research. On the Guyana also project, we were able to implement one of these, which is the borehole that is solar powered, and it utilizes also recycling at a school, recycling of the wastewater, as well as the provision of the tankers, which has created a water efficient provision of water and sanitation system in the Mopani district in Guyana. Next slide, please. And we have looked now at the different indicators that we had on innovation demonstration as well as innovation transfer. We have overperformed on those targets, which are not new. In terms of our RDI products, on the percentage of resilience-related projects, we were able to overachieve. However, we underachieved on the adaptation-related projects due to some of the projects not being concluded on time, as well as a cancellation of one of the projects which did not proceed as planned. Next slide, please. Chairperson, I will then hand over to the CFO to take us through the statement of financial position from the annual report of the 24-25 financial year. Nicole?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and good morning, colleagues. Thanks, CE. So on the statement of financial position, as at the end of the financial year ending March, we were very liquid, and that was mostly related due to the fact that we have seen an increase in our cash and cash equivalents, as can be seen on the statement, as well as a decrease primarily in the payables balances. Furthermore, we have, as the CEO indicated, we've received an unqualified audit opinion with findings, which also included some adjustments to the financial statements. If you can then go to the next slide, please. Looking at the statement of financial performance, we've seen an increase in our revenue, which mainly relates to our leverage income. And you will also see that there was a big increase in our RDI activities, so they on the research, development, and innovation cost. So that's linked to the increase in the leverage funded projects that we were able to achieve and complete during the financial year. There was also an increase in our levy income and our investment income due to the fact that we have increased cash holdings and then therefore associated investment income. Then I think that is the end of the presentation from our side from finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now ask TCTA, and thank you, you saved us some time. TCTA, if you can do the same, go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning to the Minister, good morning to the Deputy Minister, good morning, honourable members, Chair of the Portfolio Committee, good morning to the DG and DWS personnel, RRC. My name is Precious Sibia. I am the Chairperson of Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, in short TCTA. I am here with the CEO, the Chairman, and also the CFO. They will quickly run through the presentation for TCTA. Chair, we will try by all means to stick to this specified time as it has been communicated. Before I hand over to the CEO, I just wanted to highlight this on a high level from a TCTA perspective, also in line with the presentation that has been given by the Minister earlier, that this is the financial year of TCTA as per the timelines that has been given. This based on the starting date of the agency, which is the 1st of April. That is why on the annual financial statements of TCTA, you will see a concept of going concern, because that relates to, it's an accounting statement relating to whether the organization will continue indefinitely. That is an accounting statement for going concern. With TCTA having a date of 31st March, ending date. So it's no more an organization that is indefinite. So that is why you will see in the financial statements that the Auditor-General raised the issue of going concern. So it is a statement that is used within the accounting profession, which always apply to the term that is the organization going to be there indefinitely. So with the date of the agency announced, so then TCTA picked up that going concern issue. I wanted to raise that before. It's within the accounting statement frame, but the issue, the process of the agency is handled by the department, as it has been highlighted earlier by the Minister. I will hand over to the CE to then quickly run through the results for the previous financial year. Over to you, CE. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I'm having a little problem here. I don't have sharing rights. I don't know whether somebody from that side or they've put the presentation. Thank you. Yeah, this is the overview of the presentation I'm going to do. Can I get to the next slide? I thought I would drive this myself. These slides I'm going to pass through quickly because this is just talking about who TCTA is for some of the members that might not be quite aware of what we do. Can you move over the next slide? Next one as well. This is just the background. I'm not seeing the full picture. I'm not sure whether it's only on my side.
Yeah, through you, Chairperson. Can we try DG from our side to just flight the correct presentations accordingly? I also could just see half of the presentation from my side. My
Yeah,
apologies.
I've seen the full presentation my side, but let them just reload it, Deputy Minister.
Chair, I hope this can be seen. I think now I have full rights now. Thank you.
Yeah, just put it on full slide mode, Mr. Man.
Yes. I hope this is better now. Can you see it, Deputy
You can
Minister?
continue. You can. It's
Okay.
not that large, but you can continue.
Okay. Like I'm saying, these chair have been just put here for the sake of people that don't know, or some of the members that might be new. But my presentation will start on slide 11, which is projects that we have in implementation. We have the phase 1 of the Mkomazi Water Project, the Berg River Full Flow Augmentation Scheme, the Vaal River Systems, and phase 2A of the Mokolo Crocodile River Water Augmentation Project. These are the projects I'll be focusing on. In terms of the Mkomazi Water Project phase 1, I think even members of the portfolio committee were with us when we, during the portfolio committee's oversight, and some of the discussions we've had over there. The project will transfer water from the Mkomazi River to augment the Mgeni system, which supplies domestic water to approximately 6 million people and industries in Durban and Pietermaritzburg regions. And the dam with at Smithfield, 33 kilometers raw water tunnel and 5.1 water pipeline to connect raw water tunnel to Bainsfield water treatment works. This is what the project will entail. The project is in its early design phase. We have appointed a professional service provider, which is currently busy doing the geotechnical investigations and the field survey on both the tunnel and the dam. We are looking for now at an estimated cost of around 27.5. I think when we were in KZN, I said 28 billion, including escalation. But this amount will change once we now have all the work that is done, the final designs and the outcome of the geotech studies. To address affordability concerns and move this project forward, the budget facility for infrastructure approved a grant of 6 billion and additional 6 billion in the form of an interest-free loan from the infrastructure fund. This was based on the fact that the anchor customer, which would be the metro in KZN, they were actually saying that they have a problem. They need the water, but they cannot afford to actually, because we do cost reflective tariffs in terms of what the project cost us. So we, together with the department, engaged with National Treasury and got some information from them. And that's how now the state has actually come in the form of this grant of 6 billion and an interest-free loan of 6 billion as well. On the Berg River Full Flow Augmentation Scheme, which is in the Western Cape, this is going to augment the water supply in Western Cape during the winter months. And it's a weir and a pump station at Berg River with a 6.3 kilometer pipeline discharging into the Full Flow Dam. The project cost is 1.3 billion. And due to the changes from design and build contractor, the appointed PSP was put on hold, and TCTA embarked on a procurement process for a second PSP to undertake detailed designs. The next slide is the Vaal River system. The funding program on the Vaal River system is used to meet the financial obligation of South Africa to Lesotho to pay for phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands water project. The Vaal River system supplies water to 46% of the country's economy and 33% of the population. Because this water, once it comes into South Africa, it's actually going to at least 4 provinces.
Peanut butter and
excuse.
Chair,
My apology.
Okay, Chair.
I hope the chair has his peanut butter.
Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project comprises of the Purihari Dam and the transfer tunnel to Katse Dam. The project will augment the water supply in the Vaal River system by 480 megaliters of water per annum. So far, TCTA has successfully fulfilled its mandate to call on to make all cost-related payments to Lesotho Highlands Development Agency relating to Lesotho Highlands Water Project. Further project cost increases may require an increase in the planned funding facilities and or tariffs to be raised. The project cost estimate is sitting at 53 billion at this particular point in time. And then we have phase 2A of the Mokolo Crocodile Water Augmentation Project. This project will augment water supply to Eskom, the IPP power generation associated with coal mining, the Lephalale municipality, and unlock economic development in the Waterberg coal fields. Here we're looking at building of a weir and pump station at Tabazimbi and 160 kilometer steel pipeline to Lephalale in Limpopo. Project cost estimate was 12.3 billion. And this was an estimate, but has since been revised following the award of the contract approval. And this is sitting at 19 billion. This is inclusive of the contingencies, because now we are at a point where we had actually gone to the market and actually been able to appoint somebody to look at this. So we are almost at a point where we will have dust flying soon, Chair, on this particular project. We are about to start with that. We're just finalizing some of the issues with the funders that relates to their conditions for them borrowing TCTA the money. The project in operation is the acid mine drainage water treatment plants, the Eastern, Central, and Western basins. And I know that Portfolio Committee had an opportunity of visiting one of the basins, although I know the weather was not very helpful on the day. And then we are also managing the delivery tunnel north of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. That means as water comes into South Africa, that part is actually being operated and managed by TCTA until the water joins it's as part of the Vaal River system. And in terms of acid mine drainage treatment plants, we have 3 operations in Gauteng to treat the acid mine to an acceptable quality before discharging it into the environment. And all water that was pumped and treated before discharging into the environment met the required specifications. And also the required volumes were treated in Western, Central, and Eastern Basin plants. And these are the figures there that I won't go into. The delivery tunnel north under the treaty as amended by Protocol 6 between South Africa and Lesotho. It actually says here Protocol 4. TCTA is responsible for operating and maintaining the delivery tunnel north, which is part of the project situated in South Africa. The tunnel is from the border between Lesotho and South Africa to the Ash River outfall, north of Clarence in the Free State. In the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, TCTA maintained 100% availability outside the planned shutdown. The 6 months maintenance shutdown that has happened in the previous year began on the 1st of October 2024 and finished ahead of the March 2025 deadline. Planning and execution were meticulous and the work concluded without incident. This projected the reliability of cross-border water transfers. Though on our part, we did what we needed to within time. There was a slight delay of a month or two from the Lesotho side, but still the contingencies that were there had allowed us to still ensure that there was enough water in South Africa and there was no incident of people not receiving water, except for one or two municipalities that were really relying on direct water flowing from the tunnel. But between ourselves and the department, we were able to manage that and ensure that people had water throughout the operation. And this is coming from the AGSA acknowledgement of TCTA's improvement regarding performance information. And here it really is saying that the reported achievement, there was no significant finding in relation to that. Although there are some issues, I think the CFO will do the second part of the presentation where there are areas that we still need to finalize. There's a lot of improvement that we've made, but there's a gap in a few areas that the CFO will actually touch on. I'm going to hand over to the CFO, Ms. Andisa Zinja of TCTA, to take us from here. CFO.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the members. So I'll take you through the financial performance for TCTA. Generally, that is the outline. Just to talk to the financial reporting highlights, which is the next stage of the presentation. So we've obtained an unqualified audit opinion. We've been able to maintain this outcome for a number of years. Yes, we are working tirelessly to move to an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. Currently, we do have two material findings that influence the audit opinion, focusing on consequence management and some accrual basis of accounting matters. Those are the two items as highlighted by the CE that we are focusing our attention on in the current financial year as TCTA. The chairperson of the board has spoken to the going concern assumption that we use in reporting, and that this hinges on the uncertainty here hinges on the minister's announcement when TCTA will be de-established. In her opening remarks, the minister did talk to the amalgamation of the three structures, TCTA, the infrastructure wing of the and the water trading account. So this relates to that. At that point, when the three are put together, then TCTA in its current form will cease to exist. Hence, an accounting principle of going concern is spoken to on our annual financial statements. Now, moving to this slide that just shows a high-level presentation of the areas I'll be focusing on as presented on our annual financial statements. We'll talk to the tariff receivable on the next slides, which is the bulk of our financial accounts. The next slide, please, CE. When we look at the previous financial year and in comparison with the current financial year, there's been a significant increase in our tariff receivable, an increase of about close to 5 billion. When we say tariff receivable, basically is the cash flow that we expect to receive in future for the water usage by the consumers. So there's an increase simply because of the LHWP phase 2 project. The CE did speak to that the project is currently anticipated to cost 53 billion, which is being funded. So there's significant increases that there's been increase in the project activities, and also there were increases in the royalties that we have to pay over to Lesotho. And also there are some accounting adjustments we had to make. However, that is the significant increase on the VRS project, which is the Lesotho Highland Water Project. Moving to the cash and cash equivalent in our bank account. So again, as our biggest project is the Lesotho Highland Water Project, the significant increase is mainly influenced by the cash that we've put together to fund the project. And also we do have some socially funded projects, a new one that came in, which is Umkomazi, where we received money, significant increase when you compare 2024 with 2025 that came into our bank account in the previous financial year. Now, so this shows that we are highly liquid as the organization. Also, we are solvent as TCTA. Moving to the next slide, CE. is that this one shows our borrowings. There's a significant increase in our borrowings. See, we're sitting at 74% in 2025 as opposed to 66% in 2024, focusing on VRS, which is our biggest project at TCTA, and you will see there's a slight decline in other projects, again influenced by the work that we do there in Lesotho, phase 2 of the projects, seeing that increase in the borrowings of the VRS project. And if you align this with the tariff receivable committee members that I've spoken to, that you see that there's an increase specifically cash that we anticipate to receive in the future from the VRS projects. You can correlate that with this increase in the borrowings currently that will be recovered in future. The next slide, CE. Now, on a high level, when you look at our statement of comprehensive income, loosely speaking, our income statements, again, you see that our revenue is increasing. Has increased, same with our costs. That's again influenced by the VRS projects, amongst other projects. That's a significant increase. There is a new item that has been introduced in the current year, which is number 3, which talks to the re-estimation gain or loss. This is simply TCTA aligning itself with the requirements of IFRS 9 reporting, which is an accounting requirement that we have to comply with. So that adjustment that is put there is just for us to be in compliant with the requirements of IFRS, that then in the previous year, because it's a negative adjustment, pushed us to a deficit. However, in the current year, we're moving into a positive account. Thank you, Chair. If you can move to the next slide. And this is the last slide that talks to one of the areas that we are focusing on when it comes to consequence management. Irregular expenditure. At the top there, you see that there's been a significant decline from last year to the current financial year, where in the previous year we reported 26 million. Current year we're reporting 1.2 million of irregular expenditure. We've been able to clear a number of cases, making use of the framework as issued by the National Treasury, with other items being condoned and others removed by a board, going through consequence management, amongst other things. As we closed the year, we closed it at 1.2 million. It's important for me to highlight that in this financial year, as we're sitting currently now in October, we've been able to clear about 95% of that 1.2 million, and consequence management concluded there. So we're moving to closing all of these areas as we close 2025-26 financial year. Moving to fruitless and wasteful expenditure there, we were able to clear all of the cases or the matters that were raised and institute consequence management. Thank you, CE. I think that is the last one of my presentation, Chairperson. I'll step down here. Thank you.
Chair, that brings us to the end of the presentation. There was one slide that I actually jumped. It just shows that all the projects that we have, because we are at that vehicle, they are all up to date in terms of the repayment. So we don't have any project where we have not been able to meet our obligations with the funders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm going to include the Auditor-General's report because the questioning will be exactly the same. So I'm requesting now the Auditor-General to do their presentation, and after that, then we will ask questions. Are the committee agreeing with me taking that decision?
Agreed, Chair, agreed.
Aye, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we then ask the Auditor-General then to do their presentation? I have seen their presentation yesterday on a one-on-one discussion with them. And I think a lot of the questioning was already, or a lot of the issues have already been unpacked. If you've got half an hour, would that be sufficient for you doing that at the moment, Andries?
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Half an hour should suffice, Chairperson. We'll try our best to make sure that we meet the obligation or the commitment. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Members. Once again, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members and other colleagues and DG and CEO and the rest of the other colleagues on the call. Good morning. My name is Andries Segeto. I am the head of portfolio responsible for, amongst others, the water portfolio. Honorable Chair, honorable members, in the interest of time, I will quickly also note that the presentation will be performed or conducted by two of our colleagues, being Ms. Jolene Pillay and Stembile Ngubane, who will take us through the actual presentation. From my side, allow me to just quickly highlight two salient matters. First and foremost, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we would also like to congratulate the department on having achieved a clean audit, but having achieved a clean audit, to the comments made by the DG, is just the beginning, as the Office of the AG will continue to advocate for clean audits, because it serves as a good foundation and a good basis for our institutions to then focus on the areas of service delivery. And Honorable Chair, as you then go to slide number 2, these principles that we aspire or require our auditees to aspire to are captured in slide number 2, where, as the Office of the AG, in terms of our culture shift strategy, we really foresee an environment or a culture for our institutions where they perform well. They perform well in terms of their mandates. They are accountable. They are able to account for the monies and the funds that have been assigned and provided to them in terms of the responsibility and to deliver on their respective mandates. And they are also able to then report and provide credible information to allow proper oversight in terms of their financial and performance reporting, as was demonstrated here by these institutions. And then lastly, our institutions should also ensure that they implement proper systems of internal control that will result in institutional integrity and institutional sustainability of these institutions. And Honorable Chair, honorable members, these principles, we commonly refer to them as the PATI principles, so being performing institutions that we want to see in government, institutions that are accountable, institutions that report credibly and transparently, and also institutions that are able to sustain the delivery of these particular principles in a very sustainable manner, having implemented systems of internal control that result in institutional integrity. And to achieve that, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, on slide number 3, we commonly refer to it as our accountability ecosystem. And to achieve this, it basically says that not one party can do it on their own. We require all members of the accountability ecosystem to also play their part. And as you can see, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it starts off from the officials on the left-hand side. It goes up, includes all the relevant role players, from those who are responsible for the delivery, being management, the accounting officer and the accounting authority, all the board members and CEOs who are here on the call today, supported by the internal audit units and the audit committees, as well as under the strategic guidance and leadership of the executive authorities, being the ministers. But also on the right-hand side, a great dependency on the level of support and oversight and monitoring that's provided by the relevant bodies, such as the portfolio committees, as part of this BRRR process. All of which, Honorable Chair, honorable members, aims to ensure that these institutions ultimately deliver with regard to the intended mandates and objectives for the benefit of the citizens. Honorable Chair, honorable members, I'm going to step off and now allow Stembile to proceed with the rest of the presentation. But before I do that, we've also, for the benefit of the committee members, as the Office of the AG concluded a landmark water report. Honorable Chair, honorable members, you would know that the water sector is quite a complex sector, where if you look at the value chain, it depends on a number of role players across the different levels and spheres of government. And to that extent, we've also, as the Office of the AG, invested a little bit of our effort and time in unpacking this value chain. And to that effect, we now have a landmark water report, which we will come and brief the committee at a later date once we are done with this BRRR engagement. So what it basically does, Honorable Chair, honorable members, it looks at all the role players in this particular value chain, the department, all the entities which are briefing you here today, including, as was mentioned earlier by the DG, the 144 water service authorities. And we've attempted to give you a snapshot or a synopsis of the key themes within that particular value chain. And it's a report that once we've engaged the portfolio committee, the Office of the AG will then table the report to Parliament, and then we can then continue to then engage, and hopefully then of value in terms of assisting the portfolio going forward, in terms of also delivering on its PETI principles. Honorable Chair, honorable members, with your permission, Stembile, you can take over the rest of the presentation, supported by Jolene thereafter, and then I'll come in with concluding remarks. Go ahead, Stembile.
Thank you.
Stembile, you're on mute.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Apologies for that. I'll start my slide on slide 5, which we highlight the recommendations that we made to the Executive Authority. In the prior year, Chair, we did indicate to the Executive Authority that they need to make improvements on areas around project management, ensuring there's an enhancement in coordination with the various stakeholders to curb the excessive water losses, and also have continuous engagement with different water boards to ensure that there is effective capital and maintenance plans are implemented. Chair, as we go through the presentation, we'll be highlighting areas in terms of our follow-ups that we did, highlighting the status of this progress. Some of them have been mentioned by the department during their presentation. If we move to the next slide, in this slide, we show the overall audit outcome for the portfolio. In the prior year, we were reporting on the 6 auditees within the portfolio. In the current year, in the new administration, there were 4 CMAs that were established, which are now part of our presentation in terms of their audit outcomes. So here we are highlighting the fact that in the current year, 2 of the auditees, being BOMCA, who maintained their clean audit outcome, and DWS, in the current year, they were able to deal with the matters or internal control deficiencies into commitment and contingent asset issues, and therefore we commend them for being able to deal with those matters, and were able to produce credible financial statements and also performance information that is useful and reliable, and also compliance with legislation relating to financial and performance information. However, when we look at the overall outcome, we also note that there is a regression in the portfolio, which reflects persistent challenges in governance, financial management, and also compliance across several entities, where there is a stagnation that we're noting under Inkomati, Usuthu CMA, TCTA, and also WRC, and the regression which was highlighted at WTE relating to the financial liability that was not correctly accounted for, and also the new entrant being Mzimkhulu also received a qualification, while the other 3 CMAs received a disclaimer of opinion. We also did an analysis of the expenditure budget to highlight the allocation of budget to the auditees that and their outcome in terms of whether the budgets, how the budget has been weighed, being the 43% relating to auditees that received a clean audit, and the balance of the 57% being showing that those auditees either received a disclaimer or a qualification or unqualified with findings, which is a concern. While the new CMAs received a qualified opinion, and the 3 CMAs received a disclaimer, what we note a lot in this area is because of the capacity issues, which we'll unpack in the next slide. We also want to commend the portfolio for being able to submit their financial statements timelessly. When we unpack the reason for the regression in these entities, we noting that they struggle primarily with the financial reporting, compliance with legislation, and also presenting credible and reliable information. Looking at TCTA, in the current year, they did not report any material findings around audit of performance information. And also we do acknowledge the quality of financial statements that they submitted in the current year compared to the prior year, that it was much better than in the prior year. However, there are matters that still needs to tighten up in terms of financial reporting, where there was incorrect application of the accrual basis of accounting relating to AMD and tariff receivable. And also there was incorrect application of the Treasury framework relating to the in practicality application when it comes to consequence management, where we saw that there were items with that were irregular expenditure that were removed without really being applying the principles correctly. So there we are indicating that going forward, the entity needs to enhance and ensure that there's consequence management for the defined processes that are in place in receiving of information from the various business units within the entity, to ensure that all the expenditure is being accrued correctly, and also really look into the framework and ensure that they apply it in terms of its intended use. When we look at WRC, they also had issues around performance information, and also they needed corrections to be made in the financial statements relating to provision, and also the incorrect consolidation of the entities that were not in line with the BRAP standard. And therefore, we recommend that they really do continuous training on accounting standards and the requirements of the framework for managing program performance information. When we look at WTE, there were a number of issues that we highlighted at WTE. Firstly, there was a month-long subsystem downtime where there were storage issues around subsystem and delays in procurement the storage so that they can enable operations around the subsystem. Also, the changes in the accounting treatment of the TCTA financial liability contributed to the qualification. We've been highlighting the fact that the information relating to LHDA regarding the TCTA or LHWP transaction really needs to be timelessly submitted. These transactions are important in order for the entity to be able to account appropriately for the transactions relating to the LHWP expenditure. So there were a material adjustment that they were made. However, some of these adjustments were not affected appropriately, hence the qualification. We continuously request that the WTE, together with the department, engage with the LHDA to obtain information on a quarterly basis and do the reconciliation so that they can avoid always having to have material adjustments that needs to be done towards the end of the audit, thus not having sufficient time to interrogate information and also ensure that the principles of the BRAP standards are accurately applied. And then if we look at the Pongola Umzimkhulu, VOCMA, LOCMA, and also MTCMA, these were established in the current year, and what we noted in the space is that these entities heavily relied on WTE because they were not fully established. The transfer function has not been finalized, and also the critical positions within these entities were not were not filled appropriate or not filled within time, such as your CEOs. Some of these entities did not have CEOs and CFOs in place. Only Pukma had a dedicated CFO who was able to ensure that the financial statements, as far as possible, have credible information. However, the heavy reliance and also with the SAP system affecting these entities really contributed to these entities not being able to perform to their optimal. So we asked that the accounting authority and the accounting office splitting of this capacity and ensure that these CMAs operate optimally. Chair, if I move to the next slide, the next slide talks to the financial quality of financial statement that has been submitted. As indicated, there are a number of entities that needed intervention by the AG to ensure that the quality of financial statement that's at the end of the day is appropriate and the financial statement are fairly presented, where we see that of the 3 entities being the entities and the department were able to submit financial statements that are free of material misstatements, being BOMCA, DWS, and Inkomati, also to CMA. However, the other entities required some intervention, either to receive an unqualified with audit findings or a qualification, as they were not able to clearly deal with the matters that were in the financial statement, or a disclaimer where we couldn't get sufficient evidence to support the financial information that has been reported. And then if we move to the compliance with legislation, what we note here is that there are a number of entities out of 8 of the 10 entities, we identify material non-compliance where it ranges from the procurement and contract management, where 3 quotations were not received or declaration of interest were not done appropriately, and also consequence management. We noted at WTE and TCTA where investigation were either not performed accordingly or the application of the National Treasury Framework was not done or was not applied accordingly. Then, Chair, if we move to irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we do note that the majority of the irregular expenditure from WTE, and we're seeing an increase in this space of irregular expenditure, and also under fruitless and wasteful expenditure coming from the fact that they have a number of standing time due to procurement issues in the sites that they are operating in. We do note that the department has implemented some mitigations in appointing a panel of suppliers to assist and ensuring that they are available where there are breakdowns or plant equipment breakdowns or material shortages. They can pull from that panel, and also there is on-site procurement officer who will assist for the procurement processes, ensuring that there is no delay in the space. What we also note is that the non-compliance that we're noting in this area of fruitless and wasteful expenditure really talks to the breach of 5 pillars of procurement, being the equitable, fair, and cost-effective and transparent and competitive nature of this procurements. Chair, if we move to the next slide, here we are just highlighting the closing balance of the irregular expenditure and noting that these matters have either been investigated or are in the investigation are in progress, but some of them they are delayed because of the the ongoing court cases, criminal cases that are in place, or disciplinary processes that are at various stages. There has been some irregular expenditure that have been dealt with, because if we look at the prior year, there have been some progress from moving from 11 billion to 5.8 billion, which is still a very high percentage of irregular expenditure, which means that the department and the entities need to have stringent controls and ensure that the consequence management is initiated timelessly. Then if we move to the next slide relating to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we're also highlighting that there are investigations that are ongoing. However, there hasn't been much progress, which we are raising a concern around this area. And the last slide that I'll be talking to, Chair, is relating to the IT environment, where we are highlighting the matters relating to the subsystem that I've already highlighted on the WTE, which affected the CMAs because there were delays in the procurement of the storage system relating to SEP, then it's affected their operation and also had an impact on their audit outcome. And we recommend that they continuously monitor and ensure that there is a security updates are expedited when it comes to IT-related matters, because they do affect the operations of the entity. And also at TCTA, what we noted is that the configurations are not aligned to the security
Stembile, we seem to have lost you.
Sorry?
Apologies, we seem to have lost you for a bit there.
Oh, okay. I was on IT to indicate that there are issues around the IT environment. On the TCTA, they're moving to Sage 300 to deal with the matters that we raise around the audit trail or lack thereof. But there are modules that are still sitting on Oracle that they are dealing with them and moving forward with it. And also at DWS, we also noted that there are no standard guidelines for setting up and maintaining IT equipment like your printers, your routers, and switches. And also the cause of that is that there is no configuration standards and all guidelines for IT equipment, causing inconsistencies. What we recommend for the entity, including the department, is that they strengthen the IT controls and ensure that there's business continuity plans are in place to mitigate the future system downtime and possible cyber attacks. Chair, I will hand over to Jolene to take you through the balance of the slide. Thanks.
Jolene, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the members and to all on the call. Apologies for the break. I'm just going to reshare my screen. Chair, I will continue with governance and institutional capability. We note that good governance is essential in moving the department and its entities towards clean audit outcomes. And essentially, the internal audit and audit committees are key drivers in moving the department and entities towards good governance. When we look at the department and the fully established entities, we noted that internal audit and audit committees did play a critical role in strengthening internal controls. However, more needs to be done to ensure that the performance that is reported on is supported by adequate evidence, especially at BOCMA, DWS, and IUCMA, and that the needs to be more that's done to ensure that the financial statements adhere to the accounting framework. Internal audit functions were not established at the newly established CMAs, and the audit committees for these newly established CMAs were only operational for a portion of the year. If we look at institutional capabilities, I think I just wanted to highlight the importance of fully capacitating the CMAs to ensure that they are in a position to fulfill their mandate. And it is important, therefore, that the department finalizes the transfer of employees from WTA to the CMAs. I think also what's important is that the CEO and CFO positions must be filled to ensure that the CMAs are operating effectively. If we move on to material irregularities, we just highlighting that there are 7 material irregularities that are currently active or in progress or were reported for the portfolio. 2 of them relate to harm to the general public, 1 relates to interest and penalties, and 4 relates to procurement and payment. We have indicated the actions that have been taken by the auditees to address the material irregularities in the space. With the next slide, we are just highlighting the various MIs. I think with this slide, I just want to highlight that of the 7 MIs, 2 of them have been resolved. We are saying that resolved means that management has taken all effective steps to address the material irregularity raised and to prevent a recurrence of the irregularity within all the means that are within their control. The remaining 5 material irregularities are still in progress, meaning that there are more actions that must be taken by management to address the irregularity and to prevent a recurrence of such. We will continue to follow up on the remaining irregularities and the actions that will be taken by management with the next audit. We also just want to highlight the key aspects that are crucial to the resolution of these material irregularities, being the implementation of the procurement strategy to ensure effective procurement processes, robust contract management, consequence management for poorly performing contractors, as well as improvements of oversight on project management. Chair, with slide 17, it is a summary of what has been discussed by my colleague on slide 17. So I'm not going to go through this slide. We will then move on to matters relating to service delivery. We start off with the audit outcomes relating to the audit that we have performed on the annual performance reports. I just want to highlight on the screen the graph that's in the middle of the slides, which shows the quality of performance reports submitted for auditing and the quality of performance reports post-audit. And if we look at the 24-25 year, you will notice that there was only 1 entity, that being TCTA, that had no material misstatements that were identified by the audit teams, whereas 8 of the entities had material misstatements. Following the audit process, 4 of those 8 were able to make corrections to the performance reports, resulting in no material findings being reported relating to those. And in respect of 4 of the entities, we had reported on in the audit report on the material findings, which we have highlighted in the slide as well. We also indicate on the left-hand side of the screen that the internal control deficiencies that we've identified that contributed to the material errors that were identified. And I think we just wanted to stress the importance of ensuring that there are appropriate internal controls during the financial year, because management essentially uses this information to make critical decisions that impact directly on service delivery. So we are saying that the internal control processes must pick up these errors, and it should not be the audit teams that are picking this as part of the audit process. With the next slide, we have highlighted the performance against targets, as well as the indicators and targets that have not been achieved across the portfolio. If you look at our graph, you'll notice that our performance, the performance of the entities ranged between 60 and 80%. If we look at the department, we have audited 2 programs, Program 2 and Program 3, but across these, you'll notice that the majority of the indicators that have not been achieved primarily relate to infrastructure projects and the various phases that they should have been in. And we have in the past also reported concerns around delayed projects, and we are noting that these delayed projects have impacted the performance of the department. The delays in the finalization of projects are a concern because we know that they cause harm or undue hardships to the communities that are intended to benefit from these projects. And it's a matter that the department needs to look at. At the beginning of our meeting, the DG had also indicated that there were concerns around the manner in which the indicators and the targets were crafted, with the results that the department had specifically indicated the projects that they planned to complete during the period, and they did not take into account backlog projects that continued during the period, and this had also impacted on the numbers that have been reported. And then I think I just want to highlight that there are various indicators that have not been achieved by the CMAs, and that is primarily also related to the issues of capacity at the newly established CMAs. We move on to the next slide, which relates to our reviews of infrastructure projects at DWS, TCT, and WTE. I think we highlight the bucket eradication program. Again, this is something that we have reported to you in the past, where we note that this project had started, I think, before 2019-20, but specific targets had been included in the 1920 financial year, with a target to replace 10,798 bucket systems. That target had changed to 596 for the 24-25 financial year. And that has also not been achieved. We note that the department has indicated that they are still busy with the installation or the construction of the bulk infrastructure systems that are necessary to support the flushing toilets. And there have been some delays with that process as well. But I think the concern here is that it has taken a number of years, but there's still buckets that were planned to be eradicated or replaced that have not yet been achieved over the number of years. We also looked at delayed projects at TCTA and note that certain ministerial projects were significantly delayed, including the Bravas project, the MQAP project, and the Mkomazi project phase 1. We looked at WTE, and we have determined that the value of significantly delayed projects represents approximately 65% of the total carrying amount of the assets under construction, totaling 7.1 billion. And this is an increase of 45% from the previous year. We also noted underspending of the augmentation fund, where 22% of that was underspent during the period. And we also note that there were significant delays in the Schedule 6B projects that were undertaken by DWS. I think we have indicated our audit observations and our root causes, but in the next slide, we summarize what are the key matters that were affecting, the key root causes that were affecting service delivery. where we noted inadequate actions taken to address the weaknesses in project management that resulted in significant delayed projects. And these delayed projects also result in revisions to project costs and therefore increasing project costs. We noted a lack of consequence management, whereby underperforming contractors are allowed to repeatedly fail without remedial action or penalties. Frequent equipment breakdowns and inadequate maintenance of plant and machinery was noted, especially at WTE, despite there being maintenance contracts in place with 16 contractors. And we noted inadequate oversight and monitoring of contractor progress, leading to missed milestones and substandard work. And these are the root causes that management needs to focus on, and our recommendations relate directly to that. I think we'll then just move on to the overall message to the portfolio committee. We do recognize the important role that the committee has in their oversight process, and we have also made recommendations to management and to the executive authority in terms of the key initiatives that should be undertaken to improve the audit outcomes and service delivery. And I'll just summarize very quickly what those initiatives are that the committee should be tracking over the next year. So we're saying that the department must finalize the transfer of functions of all the CMAs, including the transfer of employees, and that critical CFO and CEO positions must be filled. The DG, the CEO of TCTA, must establish timely and functional arrangements for receiving documentation for the LHWP. WTE must prepare an action plan regarding the recording and reconciliation of the LHWP transactions impacting on the financial statements. Appropriate steps must be taken by the department and its entities to prevent further irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Consequence management processes must be implemented in a timely manner at WTE and TCTA, and appropriate steps must be taken to address material irregularities with a focus on recovery of financial losses, improvements in internal controls, and implementation of consequence management processes. If we look at service delivery, we are saying that DWS must ensure that the annual performance plan is appropriately crafted to properly plan for all projects that are in progress for the year, and also ensure that quarterly reports are properly verified against supporting documents. Project management and procurement processes must be improved at DWS, TCTA, and WTE. That actions are taken to address poor performance of contractors who fail to deliver on time and within budget, and that the procurement strategy is effectively implemented at WTE. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to stop there and hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, I just want to find out, Andries, is there something else that you would like to add before we go to questions?
No, thank you, Chairperson. In the interest of time, Honourable Chair, let us continue with the engagement. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will now ask questions. We've still got one presentation to do, but we will do that presentation after this round of questions. Colleagues, I really plead with each and every one with you, just stick to your questions and indicate whether you ask a question to the Auditor-General or to DWS, the Research Commission, or TCTA. I see Honourable Reddy's hand is up. Honourable Reddy, you are the first. Can we start with two questions, and then there will be a second round of questions?
Yeah. Thank you. Just in terms of procedure, I note that at the beginning of this meeting, we didn't have an introduction. While we had officials reporting on the different entities, they did not introduce the teams that were here. So I'm not certain whether board members, for example, of TCTA and others that were here, the Water Research Commission, if they were present. Chair, the reason I mentioned this, and perhaps I need to ask the question, is as this committee, portfolio committee, these boards are ultimately accountable to the portfolio committee. They are appointed by the minister, and as part of our oversight on the executive, we are required to ensure that these boards are performing their tasks effectively. So my question would be, where are the board members? Why is it that in the reports that have come through, there is no details about who the members are? In fact, it's just one or two entities that supply that information. How many meetings were held? What was the attendance of the meetings? What these board members are being paid? What is the term of office? And when does the term of office expire? My second question, Chair, relates to the Department of Water and Sanitation's clean audit. It's the highest possible ratings that the AG can give a government department or an entity. And for that, we say well done to Sean Phillips and his team. However, we as public representatives, we are not judged by clean audits. In fact, it only means that the books are in order. It does not necessarily mean that the work has been done. If you look at the report by DWS, only 58% of its performance targets has been met. And that will tell you that the people out in the country are obviously not getting any service, and they would quite rightly not have any reason to celebrate. So my question then to the department, because remember, the department is the umbrella body of all these entities. And if you look at the failings of the trading entity and all the other entities, those that we are even going to go through in the evening today, you'll find that they would be the ones that's going to give DWS a bad name, as it were. So what I'd like to hear from the DG is what measures, I know he mentioned this, but what concrete measures are going to be put into place to hold these entities accountable, including the board members who are required to perform oversight on behalf of the minister and this portfolio. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to request that we get a report on all the board members of all the entities and the CMAs as requested. Can we receive that? We will ask the DG to assist us and to get that via the minister, as the minister is not here currently. So, Deputy Minister, would you like to start with the answering on this?
Chairperson, I will have to apologize. My network has been really terrible where I'm at. So with your indulgence, I would like to request the DG to proceed with the responses, and if there were any questions towards our entities, WRC and TCTA respectively, that the chairs and the CEs also then respond as I try and establish a better connection from my side. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. DG?
Thank you, Chairperson. On the question about from you requesting a report on all the board members, we will provide that within I think a few days. We have that information ready at hand. On the question about our achievement of our targets at the department, Honourable Reddy, I did make an input after Babawa finished presenting to say that we are busy working on improving our performance indicators and performance descriptions to make them better meet the SMART principle following this issue being raised by the Auditor-General. We've had workshops with all of our branches. We found that they're tending to set ambitious targets rather than realistic targets, which is the requirement of the Auditor-General. It's quite complicated because of the way it's measured. But just because we don't meet a target doesn't mean nothing has been done. It might mean that the target has been set in a very ambitious way, so we don't meet the target, but a lot of work might have been done and achieved. And if we'd set a more realistic target, then it would show that the target had been achieved. So in agreement with the Auditor-General and on the suggestion of the Auditor-General, we're going to be putting a lot of effort into improving our our performance targets and performance indicators and performance descriptions so that they better reflect the actual work of the department, and they meet the SMART principle. Babawa, can you just please just say for the members what the SMART, S-M-A-R-T principles are that we're required to meet in terms of DPME and Auditor-General guidelines for performance information?
Thanks, DGs. It must be simple, it must be measurable, it must be achievable, it must be realistic and time-bound.
So we're reviewing all of our performance indicators and targets to make sure that they meet those requirements. Then I'd like to ask Toko to come in on the other issues raised by Honourable Reddy about the entities. Toko?
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Chair and Honourable members. With regard to the listing of the board members in the annual reports, all annual reports have listed the board members, the chairpersons, including the number of meetings that they have had. With regard to what Honourable Reddy asked about holding the boards accountable, the minister signs the shareholder compact with all the boards. And also, as part of the shareholder compacts, there are specific key performance indicators that are generic to all the catchment management agencies in line with the water resource management scope of the department. And the boards also sign their board charters, which regulate how they operate, which they report on a quarterly basis. And so we also receive the quarterly reports and the annual reports, which covers the organizational, the financial, and also the governance performance. In addition to that, also we have a technical quarterly performance report, which is chaired by the DDG regulation, which looks at the quarterly performance of all the board members. In terms of our shareholder model, the minister does meet with the chairpersons of the board. It's required that she meets them once a year, but that has been happening frequently in order for her to provide the vision and the mandate of how they should implement the key performance indicators. And also the Director General meets with the Chief Executive to ensure that we are aligned in terms of the performance. Thank you, teaching.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Honourable Reddy, DG, it's something that for many years I don't understand and hope the smart you're going to implement. If I budget for 10, or my target is to buy 10 bottles of water, I put 10 Rand per bottle, it's 100 Rand. Now what then happens is, and that's what we pick up, is now you don't achieve your target. You didn't buy 10 bottles of water. You only bought 5 bottles of water, but you spend 100% of the money. And that is something that I really don't understand. And that is what I think is the crux of what we've got to establish. You've now bought 5 bottles of water. You have managed 50% of your target, but you've spent 100% of the money allocated to that. And that is crucial, that I have to sit down with someone to try and explain that to me, because that really doesn't make sense to me. Honourable Reddy, the responses?
Yeah, Chair, you're absolutely correct. I just want to take that analogy of yours slightly further. So we say we're buying 5 bottles of water, and this is the budget that we allocated. Now, according to what DG is saying, we are going to tweak the targets, I hope the AG is listening to this. He says the targets are unrealistic. So now we're going to put the same amount of money, and instead of buying 5 bottles, we're now going to buy 2 bottles. So when you buy 3 bottles, it becomes an overachievement. I think we're going to have to look at this very carefully. The last speaker, chairperson, said that in all the entities that the board members were indicated and the meetings they attended, etc., etc. I'm not sure whether she is looking at the same presentations that I have. Maybe I don't have the correct ones. TCTA, for example, has a board. Now, nowhere in the presentation does it tell us who those board members are. The problem here, and DG, I think this is what we need to start doing, is developing a standardized template for all these entities to report on. And in that template, you need to include board activities, board members, etc., so that every entity will report the same. So the last speaker, Chair, has not answered the question or has got a completely different presentation from what we have. In the presentations that we do have, not all, in fact, I only picked up one where the board is reflected and that's all, just pictures of board members and not even the meetings that they had attended. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, I think she, Honourable Reddy, she has mentioned in the audit reports, this is only a presentation. So what I would suggest is that we receive all the audit reports of all the entities as well. Thank you. Honourable Kobe. Honourable Kobe, you are muted.
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. I'm still here. Good morning to you, Chair, the rest of the honourable members, TCTA, the department, Minister, Deputy Ministers, whichever in absentia, and the Auditor General. Thank you so much for your very comprehensive reports all across from the other entities that I didn't mention as well. Thank you very much for your presentations. Chair, Chair, I'd like to know from the department, I'm very worried about this department that has the highest vacancy rate in the entire government, how they plan to achieve their goals over and above, the spending if they don't have the right people in their various departments to actually execute on their mandate. I think, Chair, my one worry is, does the department have an internal contract management team or department? And also, how effective is their internal project management team? I think we've seen wonderful projects that the department has done during our oversight, but I'm very worried that delayed projects amount for 7.1 billion of the entire budget of the department. That is very worrisome to me. And it would seem to me that if you don't have an effective internal contract management team, that you don't have anyone who walks the project from cradle to grave. And so that is my worry. And this is why I think we also have errant contractors who are able to just get away with murder without anything happening. Which relates to my second question, why has the department not undertaken blacklisting errant contractors? Does the department not have an appetite to do this? It is very worrisome for us that contractors do as they please. They're still paid without achieving set milestones, and the department does absolutely nothing. The CIDB has recently started blacklisting errant contractors. And I think that the department needs to undertake the same approach if we are to be effective in terms of deterring errant contractors from doing as they please. Chair, also, I would like to...
Can we stick to 2 questions for now, please?
Chair, the last one, just one more, please, Chair. My issue is the lackluster controls in procurement. One of the issues that are raised by the Auditor General is the lack of due diligence that is done in terms of contract management, where there aren't any disclaimers in terms of conflict of interest or declaration or 3 quotes that were not done. This seems to me as though the department, there's someone who's colluding with these contractors, because why else would you leave such high-risk information out? What is the department doing as it relates to this? And can we expect disciplinary action to be taken or investigations to be undertaken against officials in the department regarding this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. There's questions to you, and AG, if you would like to add on to any of the questions asked, answering on that, please feel free to do that. DG?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, to start with your question about performance information and reporting against and reported performance against targets and indicators. It's more complex than your example, Chair, of us buying 4 bottles for 10 Rand. Let me give an example which illustrates the complexity. We might have a performance target to say that we are going to complete 20 projects in a financial year. The Auditor-General, when they audit, they say complete means complete. If it's not 100% complete, then it's not achieved. Even if it was 90% complete, it's still not achieved. So many of our projects run over multiple years. They're not started and finished within a single year. So what we've been finding is that we've been putting targets like we will complete 20 projects for a certain program of the department. And what we find is that maybe we've completed only 10 projects of the 20. And yet on the other 10, we might have done anywhere between 50 and 95%. But it's deemed to be not having been achieved because it wasn't complete. So that's why we have to be very careful about how we define our targets, and we must define them in a way which doesn't result in us effectively under-reporting on our performance. We must define them in a way so that we can capture progress that we've made with our work, and we can be judged against the actual progress made with our report, with our work, including, for example, 90% completeness on a project, rather than only being judged on 100% completeness. And that's the work that we're engaged in now in the department to make our indicators and our performance descriptions, indicator descriptions, smarter in terms of the SMART principle, so that they better reflect our actual performance instead of giving the misperception that we're not doing much with the money when actually the problem is that our indicators aren't formulated in such a way that they capture other aspects of the work as well. On the issue of the vacancy rate, we did previously report to the committee that under Minister Mkhunu, we had a new organogram which was approved, but we didn't have the funding from National Treasury to fill the posts. And that's why we had a high vacancy rate. Vacancy rate is normally measured in terms of vacancies on government's personal system. And we indicated previously to the Portfolio Committee that we couldn't take off the underfunded vacancies from Persol because we were still engaged in a matching and placing exercise to implement the new organogram in the department. But I'm pleased to report to the committee that very recently that process of matching and placing was completed to the extent that we were then able to take the unfunded vacancies off Persol, which was done in the last few weeks. And so our vacancy rate in terms of vacant funded posts has now been reduced to under 2%. We do have project managers for all of our major projects, both in our infrastructure branch and in our water services branch. We have project managers in our regional offices, but for the projects which we implement ourselves for our national water resource infrastructure function, we have skilled project managers responsible for each of the projects. Legally, we can't blacklist contractors. The body with the legal power to blacklist contractors is National Treasury. As other departments do, we have to refer contractors who have been proven have engaged in activities which would justify them being blacklisted to National Treasury, and then National Treasury considers our requests, and they maintain a register of blacklisted contractors. With regards to the disclaimer reports for the two CMAs, they didn't have anything to do with procurement. As indicated by the Auditor-General, they were largely caused by the fact that we had a breakdown in our SAP hardware. The SAP accounting system, the hardware broke, and we had to get a replacement part from overseas, and there were delays in getting it, and that made it difficult for us to provide the information timelessly to the Auditor General. That's what resulted in the disclaimer for those two. It wasn't anything to do with wrong procurement. Frans, would you like to add on that?
Yeah, and I think DG, you have correctly outlined that, which we'll also be dealing with later in the evening. But that is the reason, the SAP downtime and also the delays that resulted from that in submitting information to the Auditor General, which we did subsequently provide, but it affected their cut-off dates. Thanks.
AG, would you like to respond?
Thank you,
Good
Chair.
afternoon. Oh,
Okay, go ahead. Ellie, please take the following for us, and then I'll come in at the end. Thank you.
okay. No, thank you so much, Hob. Just for show face a little bit, Chairperson. Good morning to you and the honorable members, the DG, the CEs, chairpersons of other various entities, and the rest of the colleagues. Chairperson, I thought it's critical that we need to really reflect on a few things. I think there was the question around the planning of indicators and targets. Let me correct one thing. The requirement is not specifically what AGSA says. I think the framework as it's been it's issued by TPME requires that when a budget is planned for, it needs to also align to the performance information of that particular year. So if you look at what the department had done or what we found, we actually would find that within their performance or annual performance plan, they would have specified the projects that they plan to complete in that particular year, which was what we found in the current year. But however, when we came into audit, because we measure the achievement based on what they have put in their annual performance plan together with the indicator description. So they've specified the 20 projects they wanted to complete. But when we came in the current year and started auditing, we actually found that the projects that they have achieved there are not specifically the ones they have planned, but rather those that they had planned maybe in the previous financial years. So that became a backlog. And one of the recommendations that we did say is the fact that then you cannot put in as an achievement of the current year. It then means that going forward, they know that at times there sometimes is backlog of projects that remain, then they need to plan for some of those. And it became very important that they deal with that. And Chairperson, the second area we want to correct is around the CMAs. The CMAs, there's multiple issues that were there. And let me re-emphasize that there is a lot of reliance on the financial and compliance that was dependent on the department. There was some information throughout the process or the auditing process that we did not receive, whether it was from SCM, from performance information, and some, yes, would have been impacted by the SAP, but not everything would have been impacted by the SAP. And in some of it, even the procurement, the way it was done, it did not follow the right and the correct procurement processes. And that is something that needs to be noted and be taken into consideration. And hence, the biggest issue with the disclaimer. But more so, there was a representation letter that required to have been submitted where management put a declaration of some of the controls they've implemented and stating what is the state of the financial processes of those entities. And those documents were never received. And that also impacted in the state of what we saw in the CMAs. So let me stop there and allow my Hope to come in and conclude on the other matters. Thanks.
Andries, are you covered? Seems so. Honorable Kobe, that was the responses.
Thank you, Chair.
fairly satisfied with the responses, but we'll see how the department performs further from here. But Chair, to also be fair, let me congratulate the department for a clean audit and also submitting their financials timeously. Other departments where I'm part of the portfolio committee have failed to do this, so congrats and kudos to them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Deputy Minister, the DG, the colleagues, both in the departments, the entities, and my fellow committee members. Chairperson, I'd like to start by highlighting that I really continue, like I did last year and the year beforehand, to have challenges with these annual report meetings with the quantity of information that we're meant to interrogate and question in the meetings. These are big departments, they've got big mandates, and there's a lot to have to handle. And I understand that the reporting as per last year and the year before, so I'm not going to raise it again, but the reporting is standardized and required as per various regulations, but it is frustrating. But based on the reports taken as they are, I want to address a key concern of mine, just to start with. And I'd like to say I'm very pleased to see things like the department has got a clean audit. But I'm not going to focus on the things that I like in the report, Chair. I'm going to focus on the things that I don't like. And one of the things I did was I had a look at this report, our annual report, and I compared it to our previous year's annual report. And what you can see when you compare the two is a significant regression in all areas. In terms of administration, in the 2023-24 financial year, we were at 69% actual achievement. And in the current year, we're at 50%, a regression of 19%. In water resources management, it's better. We merely regressed by 6% from 71% down to 65%. But critically, and Chair, critically, at a time when there are water crises across the country, our water services management regressed by 21%, from 69% down to 48%. Now, I do understand the DG's very valid concerns around how these things are measured. But in this particular set of metrics, it isn't either you've completed it or you haven't. It's you've completed it, you've partially completed it, or you haven't. And in a huge number of the metrics, things have regressed. Important metrics, Chairperson, like percentage implementation of financial recovery and turnaround plan, where we went from 83% down to 75%. Our RBIG and WSIG spending has decreased. I'm not going to go through all the metrics, but if you look at the two plans, and colleagues, if I can emphasize, go find last year's report and look at this report. There's a lot of concerning bits of information, including things, Chair, that I must point out that there's actual direct clashes, such as there was a highlight around in the current report saying that irregular expenditure incurred relates to prior year's procurement contracts which continue. But in the previous annual report, we were told those contracts had ended in that financial year. So previously we're told they ended, but now we're told they're the reason that the irregular expenditure is continuing. So this is a challenge, Chairperson, when we look at these reports. At a core, the two questions I want to start by asking are to the department. The first is, considering the regression in terms of the numbers, and I do understand the intention to relook at the metrics. The DG has been very clear about that, and I support fair reporting. But based on the current metrics, are we moving in the right direction? Or is there some systemic problem, such as potentially a lack of engineers, which might explain the very poor policy and strategy and institutional oversight abilities in the department? Is there some intervention? Because based on the metrics we've been given, there is a significant regression in departmental performance. And even the advantages of a clean audit are balanced against the Water Trading Authority moving into qualified audit. The final question, Chairperson, is just please can I get an update around the blue, green, and no drop report? These are critical reports, and we're seeing slippage. And out of preference, we would have loved to see annual reports of this nature, but now we're seeing the full reports slipping and slipping. The last were in 2023. If we can get a full update on what's happening with those and what we can expect to see in December this year. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think you've answered yourself now at the end of the day, because the DG said that those reports will start to come in end of the day. DG?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like Babawa to come first, and then Frans, and then I'll come at the end. Babawa?
Thank you, DG. Just to explain, I think the AG actually explained very well what actually resulted in the regression, particularly in the space of water services and even in the water resources one. I'm just going to make an example with the water services infrastructure grant. For the year under review, we had targeted 326 projects in various municipalities, and we had listed these 326 projects under the period under review. But we actually did more than what was planned. As the AG had indicated, we did 423 of those. Now, based on the auditing process that was done this year, we now had to remove all those projects that were not part of the predetermined list in our annual performance plan, which resulted in the regression of the performance within the water services infrastructure grant. So it is exactly what resulted in the 20% regression, because it affected only the regional bulk infrastructure projects. So within the water services infrastructure grant, for reporting purposes, we removed a total of 66 projects, even in the ones that were completed, to ensure that we stick to the list as it was planned in the annual performance plan. So that is the biggest reason that resulted in the regression. Thank you, DG.
Zimati, would you like to also add as to why it is that sometimes when we work with municipalities, the actual projects that are implemented might be different to the ones that we'd planned to implement sometime before the start of the financial year? Zimati?
No, thanks, DG. Thanks, DG. One of the explanation around that is that when we do our process planning for all the projects per province, per each municipality, what gets attached to that commitment is also the procurement processes. So municipalities will tell us that at a particular time, we'll have done the procurement, we'll have appointed a contractor, the project will start at a particular date. This is the information that we infuse in our control system. But I think, Honorable Chair, honorable members, we are aware that most of our projects on the ground, they don't actually see the light in terms of that planning. One, there are delayed procurement processes in municipalities. Some projects start, but then there are project stoppages. And by that time, we've already fixed a particular time based on what municipalities have given us that this project will be completed. Then when that happens and projects get delayed, when we do our budget reviews, we are then forced to move the budgets to other projects that are moving or to other provinces where the projects are moving. Now, this has got a dual consequence. One, the project we committed to complete based on our target will not be completed based on the reasons that I've given. Then the other projects that were not planned or on any emergencies or interventions are the ones that therefore receive attention. That's how we move a project around and also to move funding around. That has a direct impact on what the AG will then come and say, this is what you committed to do. Now you could not complete that. But if you look at the value chain, the department has so much reliance on the implementing agent, on municipalities who are saying, this is what we're going to do at a particular time. And when that fails, we are also bound to fail as well because our targets are based on that. And that's how we make the changes. Thank you, DG.
Thanks. And then Frans, can you come in on the issue about the
contracts.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, DG. Honorable Moore is correct. We did indicate that we had contracts that we exited from, which we terminated. However, we still had some of the contracts which were still at condonation stage. The one being the maintenance term contract, which we finalized through the condonation process. And we still have one case which we had to refer to legal services. But we have dealt with almost all of the historic cases, and where we had to terminate either through a court process or through mutual agreement, we have done so. So we are left now with this particular one, which we are currently finalizing together with our legal services. So it wasn't really misrepresentation. It was just progress that we're reporting at this stage. Thanks, DG.
Thank you, Chair. So in summary, we almost didn't get a clean audit. We almost got an unqualified audit with findings again. And if that had happened, the findings would have related to our performance information. We had an engagement with the Auditor-General where they indicated to us that where we were saying that we achieved things, they couldn't agree that we'd actually achieved those things in terms of the very scientific definition of our performance indicators. So we had to reduce our achievements so that we would still get a clean audit, so that our reporting would be seen as meeting the DPME requirements by the Auditor-General. And I think, Honourable Moore, that explains why that some of the achievements have gone down, because we reduced what we said we would have achieved because of these issues raised by the Auditor-General about whether we precisely achieve them or not in terms of a very scientific definition of our indicators. I would not agree that this reflects a systemic problem on the department or a real drop in the performance of the department. We spent 100% of our grants again through doing it in a way, managing it in a very effective way, as Risimati has described, of making sure that we put money on projects in municipalities which are moving rather than have money sitting, not being spent where processes are not moving in municipalities. And we've also made progress, as I indicated in my summary, with many of our national water resource infrastructure projects as well, and on other key objectives of the department. So I wouldn't agree that this performance information report indicates a real decline in the performance of the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I maybe ask the DG quickly on the same issue now? As the DG has explained, if a municipality the money was allocated to a municipality, and due to issues within that municipality, money has not been spent at municipality A, but municipality B that was not on the list. Surely, if we follow the money, all the money has been spent. Should that not be taken into consideration in your report with a footnote to say, although in municipality A we only achieved 60%, municipality B, they achieved a 40% that will be carried over to the next year. Wouldn't that be a better option? Then you can see that all the money has been spent, and not, as I indicated on the 5 bottles, it has been spent somewhere else, but it's not shown in your report. Can the AG maybe just, I know we can't change your way of thinking, but shouldn't that be better if it is been given a footnote to say, although they've only reached 60%, the money was utilized somewhere else in another project as follows? Just for AG to give an answer on that.
Chair, since you've invited us in, maybe let's go. I see this has been a method that's been quite the source of conversation. So Chair, let me not be long in terms of articulating the position. There are 2 or 3 key principles that apply here. Number one think we all agree that there is a reporting requirement as informed by the FMPPI or the framework for management work requires. More importantly, Chair, I think you hit the nail right on the head in terms of your last comment and what the first honourable member raised when we asked questions. So the framework, Chair, in its construct does also allow for an institution where it has not achieved according to what it had planned to achieve for this current cycle to include those reasons in the variance explanation. So there is a variance explanation where an institution, if it did not achieve according to what it had planned for this year, is exactly allowed to explain what the reasons are, and that's where institutions have the opportunity to then also explain that. Chair, having said that, explaining it does not mean that now it will influence your actual target reporting for the current year. So if you look at it, if you were clear in terms of what you want to achieve with the money that you requested from Parliament in terms of your budget vote, and it was approved by this particular committee on account of you having made certain commitments based on processes, based on the information that was available at hand at a particular point in time, you are required to report according to that. And if the achievement, to your point, Chair, is sitting at 40 or 50%, but there are reasons, you then explain it, but it will not take away from the fact that you then, therefore, for this current year, what you had committed, you are only sitting at 40% or 50%, which is what was done in this particular instance. The other risk that we also, I think the committee ought to also maybe consider and be seized with, Chair, is if one considers some of these projects, Chair, remember a number of these projects Nelly mentioned right in the beginning, Chair, that they related to some backlog projects as well. You then have two risks, Chair. So number one, you said, give me 100 Rand, I'm going to finish 10 projects in the current financial year. You only then finish 6 projects because the other projects that you then finish relate to projects of the previous year. Remember, Chair, that in the previous year, on those backlog projects, you were also assigned a budget, and you were supposed to then have also used the budget that was assigned in that particular performance year to complete those projects. For whatever reasons, which are accepted and have been clearly articulated by some of the colleagues, if those projects don't get finalized, it means that they run over. So now you've used money assigned for a project for this year to finalize a backlog project, which means the projects that are running over for this year, the risk potentially is that next year when you go into next year's budget, you may then use again some of next year's budget to try and complete the backlog projects. So that's the conversation and the danger with saying, well, actually, now we've completed this, the performance is still there. And that's why the FMPP framework also requires the mapping of the budget to your performance information so that at all material points in time, you're able to keep track of exactly where and how the money is being spent. I think that's the fundamental issue. That's why it's important for accurate, credible, and complete reporting, which was done in this case. And therefore, the portfolio committee is also engaging in the correct type of conversations to understand what does it mean in the context of the monies you have assigned and vis-a-vis the performance and how then it gets clarified going forward. Thank you, Chair. I hope that also clarifies those three, I think, fundamentals in line with this conversation that's been raging. Thank you, Chair.
DG, I see your hand is still up. Is there something you would like to add before I go to Honourable Moore?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with what the Auditor-General just said, with what Andres just said. We do put footnotes in our annual report on these kind of things, but that doesn't change the audit finding. The auditors correctly auditing our reporting against performance information against exactly what our performance indicators and targets say. And that's why I've been emphasizing that we need to revise those, because they're not enabling, the way they're currently formulated isn't enabling us to report on actual progress, and is, for example, if we complete 90% of a project, or if we did some other projects which weren't in the initial plan in the APP. Thank you, Chair.
So, I know that there is footnotes, but so all that we are saying is that it is there for explanation, but it's not taken into consideration by the AG. We understand that now. The Honourable Moore, your response?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, DG. I think this is you've sort of made my point for me, and I appreciate the challenge you were in, and you had the same challenge when I raised this last year. The format of these reports is challenging because on the face of it, it presents information in a manner that does not actually show the performance of the department. And in this case, the reports show challenges where they should show a department that is very much working to find ways to accelerate solutions. We do entire areas, or the department does entire areas outside of its mandate in terms of trying to get municipalities functioning better. That's not part of your targets, so you will not get recognition for such. So I completely recognize it, but Chair, just to go back to again, it's a frustration for me in terms of this specific set of reporting that the department is mandated to follow, because it does not give the picture of how we are actually doing in the sphere. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dictebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, Chairperson, greetings to you, to the Acting Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and all the executives of our entities, honorable members. Chairperson, let me first of all take this opportunity to further wish the Minister a speedy recovery. I think all of us are aware that she took ill, was hospitalized, and she, I think, is recovering from home at the moment. And that's the point you made earlier when you explained why it is that Honorable Minister Similani is acting in her place. And then, of course, Chairperson, to also join Honorable Kobe and other members in congratulating the department in terms of the main account for achieving a clean audit. Clearly, Chairperson, when we move to the next component, which is the WTE, it is obvious that, and the AG will explain if my assumption is wrong, that with the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency standing to inherit the infrastructure unit, the WTE, and the TCTA, will this not have an effect in terms of that particular unqualified audit with findings because of the fact that the three will then morph into the NWRIA in terms of the Act of Parliament that was passed and assented to by the President. Chair, I think in part Honorable Moore has covered some of the grey areas with regards to synergies and collaborations, partnerships, cooperation, etc., between municipalities and our department in respect of, for example, RPIC and WISIC. Now, out of the 109 completed projects, rather out of the 542 projects, and with only 109 having been completed, what are the specific challenges that the department has experienced in respect of the implementation of those projects? You will know, Chairperson, that there are instances where the department, for example, if you like, delegates water boards to implement WISIC projects, and there will be all sorts of delays there, etc. Now, how does the department ensure that as and when delays are experienced in respect of WISIC or even RP projects, that those are arrested well in time to ensure that whatever targets they may have set themselves, they actually realize those? The last one, Chairperson, relates to another, I think, indicator. I think that is it the TCTA, that the gain or loss new item that's been put in there. How does that contribute to them achieving a clean audit or otherwise, given the fact that it is a new item that has been put in place. And the related to that, Chairperson, is the disagreement between the department and the AG in respect of the liability, how it was reported insofar as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the LHDA. Could the two perhaps explain to us how they intend to then resolve that once and for all so that it's not something that recurs? Thank you.
Thank you. AG, the first question, I know my committee, and therefore I said to you that is a question that will come up today. So can you maybe answer the first question, and then the department, the second one, and third one, TCTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For this one, I'm going to hand over to Stembile, who will assist us with that one. And then, Chair, I think we also had a partial response on the third one that was also on the disagreement. We will, through your permission, as we have the floor, maybe just kickstart it, and then the TCTA can augment it. Thank you, Chair Stembile.
100%.
Thank you, Chairperson. So with regards to the current audit outcome between WTE and TCTA, what we are noting is that, yes, there is, when you look at TCTA, they seem to have a stronger governance and financial management and also compliance practices, where they receive an unqualified audit opinion, but the WTE receiving a qualified audit opinion because of the TCTA financial liability matters. There are currently there are work streams that are in place that will ensure that there is integration of the financial statements or financial management systems between the two entities, and it will be very much important that the new leadership ensure that once those two entities merge, the controls are in place, looking at, especially at the financial management systems, because they report in different financial frameworks, where TCTA reports on IFRS and WTE reports on GRAB. So there must be systems in place that will ensure that these two entities, when they do merge their financial statements, they report accordingly based on the framework that they're going to decide on. But going forward and ensuring that that these issues that have been raised are addressed, because at least now they have another year where they will be reporting individually. And as I think the CFO has mentioned, that we will continue having our engagement after their concern relating to the disagreement between the around the TCTA financial liability. We will have engagement with the WTE and also invite the Accounting General to clarify our position, and also them clarify their position, so that going forward to the new entity, there is a better understanding of how we see this matter being resolved. So yeah, what we're advocating is that they should be a strong internal controls and also interpretation around the financial management systems needs to be clear on both parties when they do merge. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stembile. So maybe just on the other part of the liability, Chair, maybe it's just worthwhile, in the interest of time, just to remind the committee that at the core of it, one of the, I think the CEO of the TCTA mentioned this particular challenge right up when they were doing the presentation, Chair, is the fact that you have a project that's being implemented across the waters. The committee would have seen it as part of the oversight visit, and that particular project that's being implemented makes use of funds that are coming from our country, and those funds are required to be reported and accounted for in terms of the PFMA requirements and various other pieces of our own processes and internal legislation. And at the core of it, at the end of the day, when a set of financial statements is prepared and it contains certain numbers, as the Office of the AG, we are then also required to look at those numbers contained in the financial statements and then give an opinion and express an opinion on those numbers that would then have been contained in those financial statements. So, Chair, for as long as there's that dependency on the other side, there will always be that risk, Chair, because those numbers, we have to establish processes where we get those numbers in a timely manner and where those numbers have been subjected to a form of quality assurance, Chairperson, so that at the end of the day, when we come and we report to this particular institution of Parliament and portfolio committees such as yourself, and we are required to sign off on those set of numbers, that ultimately we then can all ensure that it has been subjected to a quality assurance or some form of audit process. And I think at the core of it, that's also where the problems have been in the past. In the previous years, these numbers have been quite small, but with the project now really kicking off in earnest and significant investments being made, it will become material for us in this consideration and therefore be subject to additional or continued scrutiny. And it could pose material challenges if we do not resolve this. But like Stembile mentioned, we'll also engage the Office of the OAG as well as other role players in this regard to make sure that the accounting between the TCTA or the new institution, the LHDA, on the LHWP project then meets the standards, but also respects the other processes across the border. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it at that.
DG?
Would you like to add on this issue?
Yeah, thank you, DG Chairperson. The AG represented our engagement with them, but just to also confirm that this process and the outcome of the audit doesn't really affect, as the member was asking, the infrastructure agency, the establishment. So we have processes in place, due diligence reviews that we have performed, and specifically with the audit outcome now, we are meeting with the AG as well as the Office of the Accountant General just to clarify the correct treatment of these transactions from both our respective accounting positions. They are on IFRS, we are on GRAP, but we will resolve those. We have to do it, Chairperson, now with the interim audit. So it is required that we find each other, and we will certainly do so, DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then Honourable Ditebi also asked about what the challenges are that make some of our projects not being completed, particularly the water services projects funded by the grant. I'm going to ask Resimati to come in to talk about those in more detail, but this also relates to the questions raised by Honourable Moore about our performance information, and that we've been tending to set targets for the completion of projects which don't take into account the fact that often projects are delayed by various causes on the ground. And that's why we need to improve our target setting so our targets are more realistic. But Resimati, would you like to come in to talk about some of those reasons why some of the projects aren't completed as they were planned to be completed?
No, thanks, DG. I think the first part you covered it, that the ambitious target set, while the dependency on us completing those projects, we rely much on our municipalities. Some of the challenges that we do have, and we've elaborated on this even in other previous sessions, as the poor performance by contractors that are appointed. There are a lot of social issues on the ground. And some of these contractors, Honourable Chair, they even have a challenge with cash flows. And those cash flows result in them not being able to do project within time because they don't have the running costs. It ends up in delays. But the key issue, which is much more localized in some of these provinces where we have a project in municipalities, is the SMMEs that normally demand that maybe the subcontracting should at least be confined to those areas, and they tend to stop projects. You have got a lot of so-called business forums that just pop up anywhere as soon as there's a new project. And this can't be ignored because they have a direct impact on the project completion times. And some of the issues that we have on the ground is vandalism that we have on the ground. So projects start, but they get vandalized over time in these areas. Now, with all these challenges and more, they have a direct impact on when and how we can complete this project. But what we do, we always go back to look at the performance of the implementing agent or the municipalities, and we try to develop acceleration plans in these interventions. And I think slide 34, which we presented, also take notice of that, where we are highlighting where we would have done some of the interventions. So I will just summarize those few challenges, DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask the AG, in your opinion, for TCTA to get a clean audit, what do you recommend should be done concerning the Lesotho Highland scheme? Should be done to make sure that they can, or is it impossible that it could be changed so that they can get a clean audit? AG?
Chairperson, thank you. So, Chairperson, it is not impossible for them to get a clean audit. I think we've articulated, Chairperson, that the focus should be on ensuring that what we've paid for, there's equal value, and that what we are accounting for has been subjected to the assurance processes. The actual finding on the TCTA for this year, Chairperson, was on a technicality at the TCTA that's been sorted out as Tembile indicated. So that should take care of that particular aspect on the TCTA side. I think the challenge, like we noted, will be going forward with the amalgamation of the two institutions, the WTE and the TCTA. Once it becomes the amalgamated institution, that institution or that entity will still be required to report on the numbers and what's happening across the border, Chairperson. And as the Office of the AG, we will still be required to sign off and give assurance and credibility, or assurance on the credibility of those reported figures. So if that can get sorted out, Chairperson, then that can go a long way. Part and parcel of some of the things that can be done, Chairperson, acknowledging the dependencies across the border, is timely engagement of the auditors on the other side. Some years it works, some years it doesn't work. It also depends on the relationship with the auditors on the other side, the ability to then gain the assurance and the information in a timely basis on the other side. And then it's just a matter of us on this side making sure that our systems are of such a nature that we are able to quickly account and completely and incredibly account for those pieces of information once they hit our shores on this side, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just on the issue that DDG Matter responded to, as far as the construction mafia, we, Chairperson, had, I think, quite an eye-opener during our oversight in KwaZulu-Natal, where regrettably 3 lives were lost, 1 councillor and 2 security guards at the Good Enough water treatment plant in that area. And I think, having experienced such a tragedy, they came up with, for lack of a better phrase, let's call it a socio-economic charter, where they take into account all the dynamics there, managing risks quite well. And I think in collaboration as well with CIDB, while the department might be overstretched, we do need those collaborations to ensure that ahead of time we anticipate risks and therefore are able to effectively and efficiently manage those so that there are no unnecessary stoppages. And I think once the department has ensured that all the critical socioeconomic factors, legitimate ones, are taken into account, then we can have the law enforcement come in with a stick, if you like, because this is a question that members asked repeatedly with regards to the frustrations that the 2 water boards, Rand Water and Umgeni, insofar as they implement multi-year and multi-billion rand projects. And I think it's something that needs to be done. But also, you know, the use of technology all the time to ensure that this is well managed. Now, the last part, Chairperson, with regards to the two systems, IFRIS and GRAP. Now, is it, should we then assume that once the NWRIA, comes into being, what will happen? Now this being the question to the AG, does it mean that the ASB, as a body that's responsible for developing GRAP, will then have to fuse the systems, the standards, the norms, everything it uses with IFRIS, because this is a transboundary activity in respect of a very important resource, that is water, that we receive from Lesotho, so that we then not only mitigate but totally eliminate the risk of the new body that will replace the TCTA coming into being, Chairperson. Thanks.
Can we get clarity on that, please?
Chair, is the question directed to the AG?
You can answer it.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. So, Chair, I think to the honourable member, through you, honourable Chair, the OAG office is the one that normally deals with issues pertaining to accounting in government through representing the National Treasury. But they do have the ASB, and the ASB is the body that sets the accounting standards. And so if they would be required to be part of those conversations, we can certainly engage. Unfortunately, obviously, we can't now prescribe to them in terms of the bodies and the standards, because that would be encroaching on their mandate and their roles and responsibilities. But we will certainly engage with them to see exactly what the implications would be in terms of this new entity, as we've already outlined in our presentation. I think that's the safest response.
DG, would you also like to respond on that?
Frans?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. We are currently together with our CFO at TCTA engaging with the Office of the Accountant General, and they are guiding us in respect of this matter. So it is receiving attention as indicated by Mr. Sekreto. So we are working with the Office of the Accountant General together with my colleague from TCTA. She's leading us on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honourable members, DG, and the delegates, chairpersons of the board, together with their delegates. Chairperson, let me also congratulate the department for their clean audit achievement and to welcome all the presentations. My first question is with regard to the implementation of the financial recovery plan, Chairperson, because the department failed to implement or to fully implement their financial recovery plan, of which we expect that once they have a plan, they must make it a point that they implement it. So my question with regard to this is the department having any strategy to be able to implement the financial recovery plan fully? And then the other concern I have, Chairperson, is with regard to the non-assessment of the CMAs. In the reports from the department, the CMAs were not assessed. The focus was on the newly established ones. And based on what the AG has presented, it is clear that they did not receive the support as expected. The department is expected to ensure that their entities, they do perform as expected, but without that assessment, then it's going to be difficult for the CMAs to perform as expected, Chairperson. And I just want to find out, is there any plan from the department to ensure that the CMAs are assessed? And that is all that I wanted to ask, Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you. DG?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Frans, you go first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. The implementation of the financial recovery plan, we have covered it in the presentation. It basically covers elimination of improper expenditure. And as we have indicated, the challenge that we are having with regard to the overdraft, which is one of the indicators, is linked to the unauthorized expenditure. We did present to SCOPA, and we are still following up with National Treasury regarding the co-donation process at Parliament level. So that is one of the areas that has contributed negatively. And then also with regard to irregular expenditure, it is mainly those specific contracts that I was also clarifying earlier on to Honorable Moore, that we are finalizing. We are actually left with those historic cases that are currently with the with courts, or there are still disciplinary proceedings underway. But there is also one contract that we have already concluded with our legal services. We are finalizing exit on that contract. The water sales debt, I also had a slide there that indicated the split between the infrastructure-related debt as well as the water resource management. So we are also implementing those measures to ensure that we collect the money that we need to pay over to TCTA under the current arrangement as well, for them to pay over, to settle those loans. So these are the areas, Chairperson, and on irregular expenditure, we have noted that there is almost a decline. Once we resolve these remaining contracts, we have put measures in place. There is that infrastructure procurement strategy that AG also mentioned. We are also fast-tracking recruitment of specialists who will be assisting with this infrastructure procurement. The adverts are already out. So there are a number of interventions that we have in place. And as we report to the portfolio committee in the new financial year, we'll be able to present that progress, Chairperson. Thank you.
Obawa.
Thank you, DG. For the non-assessment of the CMAs, it relates to one function that we have delegated, a regulation function of compliance monitoring, and then performing compliance audits. So because the CMAs currently do not have any resources to do that, the department performs that function on behalf of the CMAs. Now, when the CMAs then obtain the resources, then the department will definitely conduct those oversight assessments. So currently, we could not do an oversight when we're still doing the assessment ourselves as the department.
Thank you, Babawa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Tegakilwe.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the responses.
Thank you. Can I just find out who is Galaxy S24? Is it Makaula?
Yebo, Chair.
Can you ask your two questions quickly before I go to Honorable Reddy?
Thank you very much, Chair. And Kolisa ufika late. Kunenkinga nebeyisekhona. No, kunombuzo la ngifuna ukubuza. Between ku-AG no DG. La kuyavela ukuthi ama-project. First, number one, angithi nje ngibonge komngeni bhodi no-Rand Water. Umsebenzi wabo uyabonakala muhle, bayimisele ukuthi basebenze abantu bakwazi ukuphila. Inkinga iyavela ukuthi ilele la komasipala. Njengoba kuvela lana-ke ukuthi into ebambezela ama-project ukuthi aqhubeke aphele yingenxa yalezigilamkhuba ey'vandalazayo, amamafia afuna umsebenzi ngenkani, njengoba sathola laphaya kwi-oversight ukuthi kunama-security awu-2 nekhansela lashona. Umbuzo wami uthi, bona-ke isiphi isitepu abasithathayo ukuthi ke behlale phansi ke bebheke enye i-way forward ngoba ngokwami ingakho nganginombono othi ongenani omasipala ngoba ngeke uthi leya nto ingevimbeke laba bantu basuke besebenzisana nabantu abathize within khona phakathi komasipala ayikho enye indlela engenziwa ngayo ukuthi ngcono bathi ukuphucwa kancane amandla laphayana kube uyibona kube umngeni board njalo njalo zokwazi ukuqhubeza nama-project bese kokugcina ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi laba babulala ikhansela nalaba babulala ama-security ngenxa yaleya project yini isiphi isinqumo esathathwa ngabe baboshiwe ukuze kuthumele umyalezo kulezi ezinye igebengu ngoba I'm not think ukuthi abantu bazosafa phansi bahlukumezeke ngenxa abantu nje igilamkhuba ezicabangela zona ngenxa yamathenda esikade sakhala ngawo ukuthi amathenda akabuyele eceleni ugovernment akafunde ukuthi into ezibucayi njengamanzi njalo njalo akaziphathele yena ngoba labantu abacabangela umphakathi bayicabangela bona owami umbuzo nje ulapho ukuthi yini ezokwenza ngoba phela ama-project kufuneka ephelile kodwa manje ngenxa yokuthi sinale nkinga yalaba bantu abanomona abafuna yonke into ize kubona uthola ukuthi kunalama qualification abanawo ngiyabonga sengigcina-ke nje che ngoba sengathi sengihleli ngesinqa esisodwa kule portfolio committee bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi nikhumbulileni ukubhala incwadi noma nizoyibhala nini incwadi azo-accountwa umeya waseThekwini ngiyabonga. Thanks.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Toko, would you like to come in? Or Rizmati?
Yeah. So thank you, Honorable Chair. There are two issues that were raised by Honorable Member. One, on the case in point that she mentioned, we understand that there's a case that was opened on the matters. We're not up to date as to how far is the investigation on that matter. That is the first part. The second part, she asked as to what other options do we have to try and address these concerns on the ground where there are people who demand work. There are options that we have been trying out, and the case in point is what we deployed in Guyana when we did the phase 1 of the reticulation, is to establish the multi-stakeholder task team, which involve business. And that we have seen it to be much more effective because those recognized business forums and so forth, they are then aligned with how the executive mayor and the MECs, MMCs rather, in the district handle the issue. So they become a buffer. So by the time we come and implement this project, they had to protect the project because not any other person who demands work and is not recognized can stop the project. So this is one of the options that we are trying to see if it can be rolled out in most of the districts where we've got project, because it seems to be working much more better that anyone who comes outside of those recognized stakeholder forums to try and stop the project gets stopped earlier by the same people who are part of the multi-stakeholder task team. So I thought we should just share that experience we are implementing in Guyana, and our view is to try and use the same in other provinces. But of course, cases get opened, Honorable Chair, and they get followed up by our implementing agent. We might not have the data exactly as to the progress of some of those cases. Thank you.
Honorable Makula, that's the responses. The letter I have not written yet. I will deal with that still this week.
So bese ngigcina-ke uNthiwani ngomndeni wale khansela lashona kanjalo nalama security ngoba phela kufuneka lokho konke lokho kuthumela umyalezo ukuthi if bengawugada umsebenzi kuzobanga iy'ndleko. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The last one is Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy,
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Quickly, I still need to do another presentation.
Sure. Thank you very much to the presenters. Chair, let me just cut to the chase here and let's get to where the rubber meets the road. The CMAs, I would like the DG to comment on what is the possibility of disestablishing the CMAs, taking the function of CMAs and bringing it into the boards, because I believe that the water boards can be capacitated to manage the work of CMAs rather than creating new sorry, Chair.
My apology. Can we deal with that when we deal with them tonight?
Yeah, the reason I'm raising it here is that these issues were picked up in the AG SA's report, and you had brought the AG report forward. So that's the reason I brought it here. But let me go on then. I think we can raise it this evening. That's not a problem. The issue of the IT system that collapsed for a month and the impact that this had on the business operations of WTE as well as the CMAs. I'm not really convinced that we have put in place mechanisms to mitigate against a possible crash in the future and the reliability of using the SAP system. Finally, Chairperson, one of the honorable members here mentioned the case in Umgeni where a councillor and 2 security guards were killed. At that time, I was a member of the board. And let me tell you, the model we put in place was to say to the business forums that you are not the enemy, let's work together. It was the only way that we were able to, and you'll find that with the Umgeni projects, there's very limited interference by the business forums because the entity works with the forums. Maybe it is a model that should be replicated with other water entities to ensure that there is no backlog that's being created. The concern that we have, and that should be a concern shared by all members, is the issue of the 5.84 billion rands not dealt with. I know the DG touched on this, but I believe that going forward, Chair, as a standard item on our agendas, we should have this there, and we should be getting a report almost weekly, if not monthly, on what progress is being made. The same applies to wasteful and fruitless expenditure, which rose to 197.5 million rands in a year. Unacceptable, and what we should be doing is getting regular reports on this. Failing which, we are not going to keep tabs, and when we get the next report like this, it's going to be too late. So by being able to get regular reports, we are able to engage departments and be able to find where we're dropping the ball quickly and address issues urgently. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Frans, you'll come first.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the regular expenditure that is being indicated, we do report on a quarterly basis to the portfolio committee, and we will do so. We'll continue to report. We have also the progress that we are receiving from SIU. We are constantly engaging with SIU where the matters are still linked to SIU. So we will continue, Chairperson, to report. And if there's any additional information that the portfolio committee will be requiring from the department, we'll certainly provide over and above what we have already submitted to the portfolio committee.
Check just one point, please, if I may, so that the next speaker can comment on this. Is it possible for the department to publish a case-by-case accountability matrix for irregular and fruitless expenditure, and also to indicate to us what recovery and disciplinary outcomes must be made? This must be made public. Thank you.
Can I ask that you do that in writing to the department, please? Your request?
Well, Chair, why should I do it in writing when they are all here? I'm stating something now and they can give us this, responses and provide this for the committee. Why must it be in writing so that this is delayed further? I don't think we want these delays. It's affecting communities. We don't want that, Chair.
On that. Thank you, Honourable Reddy. I don't like the way that you just cut in, Honourable Reddy, while speakers are on the floor. So please respect the speaker on the floor. Everybody will then respect you as well. Thank you. You can continue, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Rizimati was going to respond, and then I'll come in after him. Rizimati.
Thanks, DG. This is in relation to what Honorable Reddy has raised in terms of collaboration and some of the lessons learned. We agree with what he actually mentioned, because in actual fact, the intention is not to work against business or business to work against us. Those collaborations are critical. And I gave an example, Chair, that in Mopane district, where we are currently implementing reticulation on those 55 villages, there are a lot of contracts on the ground. And at the start, there were a lot of stoppages and business demanded work. And then a decision was taken by ministry to establish the multi-stakeholder task team, which involves business in those meetings. It also involves us as the department as well as the municipality and also the planning and technical team. So in those meetings, we realized that those collaborations are strengthened. It indeed, as Honorable Reddy has indicated, minimizes work stoppages, because the very same businesses are the ones that tends to even protect the project on the ground, and no one not eligible to form part of that is allowed to stop the project. So those collaborations, as I said, are actually good lessons. And I've said, Chair, the intention is to use this model and roll it out in some of the provinces and municipalities where we're implementing projects and are facing similar challenges. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Rizimati. Now, Frans would also like to respond to the issue about the question from Honourable Reddy about the IT system and SAP. Frans?
Yeah. Thank you, DG. Chairperson, the issues around SAP also emanate from some of the IT risks that our IT committee has raised, and there were areas where they also requested a budget, which we have provided during the adjustment budget process. But specifically on the SAP matter, we did replace the hardware. We had to procure it, as DG indicated. And during that period, we tried to mitigate the risks of business, for example, by making use of the basic accounting system on the department side. But we have also engaged with SETA. We are currently working on a proposal to migrate the SAP system to cloud. The backups and all those issues that have been raised, the CIO and the IT committee are addressing those. We do have backup facilities. The audit action plan as well, which we are reporting to Parliament, will also reflect on the progress that we are making based on the recommendations by the Auditor-General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Frans. And then finally, Chair, we have previously, on the request of the Portfolio Committee, made detailed presentations about progress with our disciplinary cases related to financial misconduct, and also progress on our progress with addressing all the cases of irregular expenditure. And as you know, Chair, when we do make such reports to the Portfolio Committee, they are public documents, and we'd be very willing to on the request of the committee, make updated reports to the committee on those matters. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we then maybe just get an update on that in the next 14 days? We will appreciate that. Honourable Reddy, that is the responses you received. Are you satisfied?
Thank you, Chair. I am. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honourable Moore, is it critical that you need to ask a question now?
It's not, Chair. I just have more questions.
Yeah, well, I've got another presentation coming up. Can I continue with the next presentation, please?
Yes, certainly.
Can I now ask that the planning, monitoring, and evaluation that they prepare themselves, The Auditor-General, you're more than welcome then now to leave the platform if you wish to leave. Can I ask you to do this presentation in 15 minutes? I know I'm putting you in a small, very small can, but we are also pressurized for time because Parliament sits at 2 o'clock, and we are supposed to complete by 1 o'clock. So can we maybe ask you to be as quick as possible? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I'll ask Mr. Masala then just to summarize the presentation within 10 minutes. I will not be able to do it comprehensively, but we'll try to be within the time. Mr. Masala.
We really appreciate. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, DG. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members, and everyone on the platform. Indeed, we'll try to do this presentation in 10 minutes. Can I request that I be assisted in flighting the presentation? While that is still happening, Chair, I think what we'll do, because having listened to the discussion, many of the issues have already been discussed in terms of performance and what we've been tracking as a department. Maybe my focus will be just to reflect on the MTDP going forward, because the period under review was during the transition from the MTSF to MTDP, from 6th administration into the 7th administration. Therefore, there has been a transitional period in that regard. So the purpose really is to reflect on the closeout report for the 2029-2024 MTSF, to reflect on the performance outlook, as I've indicated, that this period under review, it's also including what we have in the MTDP, bit of analysis on the department and the entities, and some persistent challenges which already have been touched. But lastly, just to reflect on some of the intergovernmental intervention, as we have had the frustration at the local government level. So we'll try to also reflect, because the approach in terms of the MTDP is that all these strategic interventions, there's an interrelationship, and therefore some of this work is done in other clusters. So I'll try to just to reflect, especially in relation to what is happening to support the local government sphere. Chair, this slide really is just to remind members that in terms of now going forward, that the strategic priorities have been reduced from 7, as we know, from the 6th administration into 3. And large of what the work of Department of Water and Sanitation, it's mainly in priority 1, where the focus is about inclusive growth and job creation. But of course, with the support of priority 3, about building capable, ethical, and developmental state, because many of these challenges, when you trace it, the root cause, they find expression in how capable or ethical as a government we are. So there's a really interrelationship in the approach. Can we move to the next slide? Chair, what we've also added, because the experience of implementing the MTSF we have learned some of the experiences. So this slide really is just to reflect what are some of the critical success factors which will form the integral part of how we implement going forward the MTDP. Because without recognizing and acknowledging some of these critical success factors,
we might not be able to move and accelerate what we're trying to achieve. So without going through all of them, just to first one, it's about that we need to have the whole of government approach. So Department of DWS reflected that one of the frustration is that they plan, however, when it gets to the implementation at the municipal level, then you find that there are some delays. So in terms of the MTDP, one of the success factors is that we have to apply the whole government approach. And you'll see that the approach really is about addressing the outcome. So in many ways at the departmental level, it will be the output which are reflected in the APP, but at this level, we are looking the whole value chain. And in order to achieve that, there should be the whole government approach. One of those is the DDM approach, as we all know. Secondly, is about the strengthening presidency coordination, of which DPME is part of that. One of the things is about the cluster system in order to improve its effectiveness. So the expectation is that the way we are going to implement this MTDP, as I said, Chair, that is at the outcome level. Therefore, in many ways, expectation is that certain departments will be lead departments. And in this case, DWS in many of the strategic intervention, but obviously working with other departments. So the strengthening, therefore, is that this cluster system should be used as a vehicle to drive the implementation. The other one is, of course, the effective organizational structures. Without the review of structures, we might not be able to achieve. So what we've also recommended that we need to review structures to be fit for purpose. And we have heard that as a department, they've already done some review of the organizational structure to make sure that whatever they've put in place, the structure talks to the implementation. Of course, the stable local government, it has been said that at the local government level, and there are priorities under priority 3, where there are intervention to address some of the weaknesses in the local government, so that we can complete this value chain. Can we move to the next slide? Again, one of the area is about the integrated crime and violence strategy. We've heard again what it's happening at the implementation of projects, that we have business forums. So part of what we need to escalate some of these issues in the JCPS cluster, so that they could be also addressed. And a part of this is that whatever is picked up in the one cluster should be escalated. And part of what, as a department, is to do this cross-reference so that we can, reflect some of this intervention in the appropriate clusters. So I think without the last one, or maybe the last two, is about the trade-offs and the resourcing. We know that the current fiscal, there's a constraints, and therefore, one suggestion is that as we implement the MTDP, it should not be a basket of everything, but we need to prioritize. And if there are certain projects which are not supporting the priority about the economic growth and job creation, that should be dropped and only focus on areas which are supporting these priorities. And maybe the last point in this slide is that the emphasis on the impact and results, and really I will touch on this in the next slides. Can we move on? This is just to reflect on the approach to say, as a department, what we're doing in terms of reporting is that we have what we call the biannual report, which is presented on the 6-monthly basis to the cabinet on reflecting, but also as we do now from time to time, is that these portfolio committees are inviting us as we do. But what is important is that part of what we're doing is that we also relying on in our triangulation of the information as we receive from implementing department is to compare with other statistics, and primarily we rely on the Stats SA information as a baseline information to tell us whether we are moving in terms of implementation. As Honorable Red indicated, that part of what we need to do is to see results in the value chain, that the people who are saving, if it's water, they do get water. So these statistics will tell us if indeed we are achieving that. I think other matters is to say we do from time to time do site visits just to experience what is being implemented, and we'll also touch on that. Can we move to the next slide? Chair, this is the closeout report, which already the department as well as part of what the AGSA has reflected. So it's just reflecting what the interventions were in terms of the MTSF and what were the targets, and the color coding there just reflecting what has been achieved. Obviously, we don't encourage the partial achievement in the sense that if we have planned that in this period you will be implementing, then it's either you have achieved or not. But as DG has indicated that some of these projects are multi-year, they are complex, and they might have achieved certain percentage, and hence we have just reflected where the partial. But that is just the reflection of the number of projects which have been achieved and those which were not. Can we move to the next slide? Part of what we have done as a department, collaborating with other sector department, is the 30-year review. And in terms of water and sanitation, Chair, we're reflecting what their findings are. And I think without going through what is reflecting there, is the challenges around water, but also in the sanitation, and some of this I think we'll touch them in details in the next slides. But yeah, this is what is contained in the 30-year review to reflect that as a country we are drought stricken, but also the effect of climate change will have impact, but also the maintenance of infrastructure remain a concern. And obviously the statistics will touch what the Stats SA reflecting since the previous period, or as to where we are in terms of the rollout of the infrastructure. We can move on to the next slide in the interest of time. Chair, the next slides, it's as I've said that this information serve as a baseline information to determine whether what is being implemented actually we are moving forward. So we firstly it's about the access to water services in terms of the General Household Survey 2024. Nationally is the reflection of the household which have access to piped water or communal, which is sitting in 87%. But what is concerning, Chair, is the block on the overall access, which reflects that there's been a decline in the past few years. And we're reflecting from 2020 up to 2024, as you can see, those percentage from 89 to 87%. And on the right-hand side, we're reflecting which of the provinces are mostly affected with this decline, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, and the Gauteng. And below is just to reflect on the household reported some dysfunctional water supply, but also the middle one where the water interruption have been lasting between the 2 days and 15 days. That has increased from 24% in 2012 to 33% in 2024. So you can see that we are deteriorating in terms of water interruptions that could be various causes, including, of course, the maintenance of infrastructure. And the last one, just reflecting on the household that depend on municipalities to provide water, using the water tankers as an alternative source during the water interruption. Move the next slides. Can we pass on this one? I think it's just on the water. Again, on the sanitation, again, Chair, the first block is just reflecting on the access between the flash water to say we have increased from 61 in 22 to 83. But again, the concerning is that the overall improvement sanitation has stagnated in the past few years. Again, reflection in terms of the various financial year. As you can see that we have been sitting on the 83% throughout 2022 up to 2024, which means that people, in terms of the access, that has not been improved. And again, it's a concerning. Maybe we can move to the next slide. This is just reflecting on the improved access per provinces in terms of the various types of the facility. And as you can see that from flush toilets, only the affluent provinces have that access up to Limpopo, where the flush toilets is only minimal and only increasing in the pit latrine and other alternatives. Can we move to the next slide? Chair, now, as I've said that we look in this at the MTSF level, but also at the APP level. We normally share this with honorable members just to reflect per quarter of 2024-25, what were the targets and what was achieved. I think that has already been discussed. But in the next slides, we have gone further just to reflect what are the reasons for non-achievement. Just to summarize, I think what we have picked up is that in the main is the delay in the procurement, which affect many of these delays. And as I've said, that I think colleagues have already elaborated some of the reasons, but this is what we are reflecting from our system as the department report on quarter-to-quarter basis. Can we move to the next slides? This is also, can we pass all these other slides? Yeah, again, I've just summarized some of the reasons for deviation. Chair, this is on the entities now. Just to summarize this, firstly, it reflects all the entities under water and sanitation. What were the audit opinion for each? What was the revenue and the total expenditure? And then on the extreme, it reflects whether at the end of the 23-24, because that will be the reporting period, it reflects in the rate where there's a deficit and which of the entity. So with the amount, and the last column, obviously, is just reflecting in terms of the KPAs, which of the entities have achieved over 80% of what they've set as targets, and then which ones have not. In this case, it's 4 of them, which is Amatola, Inkomati, Overbeck, and as well as TCTA, and the last one is Vaal Central Water.
Can you conclude now, please?
Yeah, I think let's move first. Let's pass this. Is just a repeat of what the heat map. Let's pass this analysis. I think I've touched on that. let's move on. This is what we have just indicated towards the implementation of MTDP. Chair, now this is the MTDP again, is the reflection of the performance. As I've said, the transition, we are now on the outcome base, and this is the performance which has already been discussed. We can move. I think in the interest of time, let's pass this. Let's pass this. It's all MTDP, just trying to attach. This is some of the oversight visits which we visited recently, the Pilansberg bulk water supply. Without going to details, can we move to the next slide? What we have picked here, Chair, is that the problem with the success of this is that the infrastructure has been is in place, but what was picked is that there's an issue of the electricity connection from Eskom to begin saving the 63,000 intended household. So it just talk of the planning and the issue of the interrelationship between various stakeholders in the rollout of the projects. Can we pass on? I've touched on this, is just to reflect on the key findings. Let's pass the challenges. I think they are all known. Chair, the last two slides is just to reflect what in the intergovernmental has been happening. This is some of the water debt relief incentive scheme, which the department has already touched on. It's a work being done between the department and treasury in terms of supporting some of this water belt, but also on how we incentivize municipality owing to the water board. Can we pass on? Again, there's an interministerial committee on the municipal performance turnaround strategy. This is the approach led by Department of Cooperative Governance to support municipalities so that the whole value chain is not affected by the challenges in the municipality. I think probably in the next engagement, we'll go into details of what is happening. The last slide, Chair, is the Metro Trading Services. Again, this is what has been introduced to support the metros in the trading services, including water, is an incentive kind of a program where these metros will access funding only if they comply with certain requirements. So again, this we could do that in the next slides, and this is just explain what this Metro Trading Service Program is all about. Chair. I think that will be my last slide. Thanks, and back to our DG.
DG, would you like to conclude?
We have summarized the presentation in the interest of time. I think if there's enough time for question, we can also give the responses in writing.
Thank you very much for that, and my sincere apology for pushing you on this. Colleagues, I'm going to allow one question per member. Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters from DPME. Chair, while the picture is one of progress and reform, the reality on the ground is different. After 30 years of democracy, millions of people are still living without reliable water. And I can see where the problem lies from the presentation. Look at the Pilansberg project, where we adopt this whole of government approach. This has failed. You have a project that is completed, and now bureaucratic red tape between water and sanitation, Eskom and municipalities is leaving communities dry, despite billions having been spent already. So I just want to home in on the one issue and ask the presenter, is there no way as this committee, as the leadership in this committee, including the minister, the deputy ministers, etc., can accelerate the intergovernmental approach towards ensuring that this project starts to benefit the citizens? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any response to that, DG?
Okay, Mutala to answer just in the interest of time, but that intergovernmental collaboration is quite critical, and that's what we're encouraging in line with the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act.
So can we also ask DG Water and Sanitation, any assistance from the department side with this project?
Yes, thank you. Rizimati will come in. Rizimati.
Thanks, DG. Chair, I think we need to provide a much more detailed information on the project because it is a blended finance project. There's funding that comes from government. There's funding that gets raised in the market, and it comes in different components. And I don't think with the summary given by DPME would have done justice. So we'll need to provide much more detailed information on the project, but we're aware of the progress. We'll be able to address some of the concerns that Honorable Reddy has raised. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, but the question is, would we understand that? But is there any discussions between Magalies, I know they're not here to explain, and the Eskom on this supplying of electricity there?
Yes, Chair, there is. It's one of the, there is one of those bottlenecks that are being addressed. So we are aware of it. Yes.
Okay, so we will ask you to come and explain yourself and Magalies on that project. Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, that was the response. Honorable Reddy, are you satisfied?
Yes, Chair, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again. Chairperson, I'm reminded by the point here that's made about electricity. If you look at, for example, KwaXimba, there is a well-functioning package of water treatment, but there is no electricity. They use a generator to operate the plant. I don't know what the cost is, perhaps between DPME and DWS. What is the long-term plan to ensure that that particular plant operates optimally and efficiently? Because the cost of diesel can really raise the costs, operating expenses quite significantly. And the last one, Chairperson, the good enough water treatment works, a state-of-the-art plant, but it's also frustrated by the fact that there are lands that are demarcated by the city of eThekwini in line with the law, and now there is as yet no agreement between Umgeni Uthugela and Eskom and the city, of course, to ensure that there is supply of electricity to that very big plant, which supports all other facilities. And a similar situation exists in Machabeng, where a 12 megaliter wastewater treatment plant is not operating because at some point it had some partial supply of electricity, but I'm told it has since been switched off, and there is 100 million rand tag, a price tag for the plant to be operational. It goes back to the frustration that members have raised, whether it's Pilanesberg or Machabeng or whatever, where a project, a very state-of-the-art project will be implemented, but then there will be one hinge factor. Can we perhaps get answers also perhaps in writing if DWS and DPME are not able to do so orally today with regards to KwaXimba, Good Enough, and Machabeng, and all other related issues where electricity is a factor? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable, can we then arrange that the department then on these questions of yours give us that to us in writing? Would you be satisfied?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask whether the DG would like just to comment on this, on your report and this question on your report?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Risimati will come in again.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think we wanted just to make a humble submission because the very same observations that the Honourable Member raised in Kwakimba as well as the issue in Machabeng, we as a department are equally frustrated because municipalities don't pay ESCOM chair. And when we are done with the infrastructure and we're supposed to make connections into the system for the system to work, we are faced with such challenges. So it's actually a wide range challenge that we have, similar to how they're owing the water boards. So they also owe ESCOM, but we still give that feedback in writing. But we wanted to register this concern that we're having throughout the country. Thank you, Chair.
Monitoring, planning, and evaluation. DG, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, just to say, as part of our monitoring, we did visit the Machabeng municipality, and they've raised these particular issues and asked for an intervention. And we will intervene as part of our task of monitoring together with the Department of Water and Sanitation and ESCOM so that we unblock the challenges in that particular water plant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ditebe, are you satisfied?
Yes, Chair, I'll very much appreciate that follow-up because, you know, whole of government approaches, Honourable Radius said, must indeed work for the people and it must be felt on the ground. So I'll be very pleased if that could be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to DPME for the presentation. A brief one, Chair. The Metro Trading Services Program, I think we need to get a presentation or some more information on it. I think considering our visit to eThekwini and the oversight period, as well as Johannesburg and the various challenges we're hearing about in other municipalities, metropolitan municipalities, I think there'd be a lot of value in understanding the full program. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, can I, Nosipo, can we set up a meeting with the department and others who is involved in this to get a presentation on the Metro plan, please?
Noted,
That will,
Chairperson.
DG, would you like to respond to this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The program is run by National Treasuries. There's a unit in National Treasury called the City Support Program. They're the ones who should be invited to give the main presentation.
Okay, we'll do that. Nosipo, you've got that. And can we then also include the DWS concerning this matter? Thank you. Then the last one is Honourable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Chairperson, the presentation says that the Department of Water and Sanitation, they poorly respond to address critical findings and recommendations emerging from the Blue and Green Drops report. Is the Monitoring and Evaluation Department having any plan to assist or even to compel the Department of Water and Sanitation to address Blue and Green Water Drops reports? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, can we get a response to that?
What we do is to give recommendations in terms of what needs to be done. But legislatively, we don't have the powers to actually compare. And we are drafting a legislation that is going to enable us to have the powers to compel departments where we need to give orders on what needs to be done. But in terms of our current proclamation, we are able to have engagements with the department and make sure that our recommendations are adhered to, but as well as going to cabinet and reporting on some of these matters as part of our biannual reports. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member, are you satisfied?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Moore, can I maybe allow you your last question that you did want to ask? I see there is only 1 minute or 2 minutes left or over the time. or would you stand over till another meeting for that question you wanted to ask the department?
Chair, I'll do a written question. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you very much for this meeting. It was a long meeting, and my apology for pushing everybody into a shorter time period for making presentations. It is not due to the committee not functioning, it's due to Parliament changing programs, and we need to make sure that we are ready for our next step in the BRRR. So that has been done, colleagues. Then we will continue our meeting 6 o'clock tonight. And you've got the link already. So I would say enjoy the lunch if you are going to eat now. I had my peanut butter sandwich. Thank you very much, Honourable Reddy. And then I'll see you all 6 o'clock tonight. This meeting is now adjourned till 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.